We are live.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the 20th virtual meeting of the Historic Districts Review Board. Today we are April the 13th, 2021. Melissa, may we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Chair Rios,
Here.
Vice Chair Katz,
Here.
Member Beachside,
Here.
Member Bienvenue,
Here.
Member Guida,
Here.
Member Larson. I understand she's excused, as is Member Roybal is excused as well.
Exactly. Yes.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Any changes to the agenda, anyone?
Madam Chair, I have a couple. One, I would request that we add to the agenda after staff communications matters from the floor. For some reason, that seems to be missing from this agenda.
Okay.
And then the other is that under staff communications, I wanted to update the board on some of the notices of violations and other things that have been brought up at board hearings or that staff has been emailed about, just to offer that as communications.
Okay.
And then I want to note that 1299 Canyon Road, which is case number 2021-003185 HDRB, is postponed to April 27th.
Mhm.
And likewise, case number 2021-003370 HDRB at 310 Magdalena is also postponed to April 27th.
Okay. Thank you, Nicole.
Mhm.
And so is there a motion to approve the agenda as just amended? And please remember, when you make a motion, state your last name and maker of the motion and seconder.
Bienvenue so moves.
That seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. We have minutes of March the 23rd, 2021. Any changes to any of these? Let me see if I see any hands. Let's see. Member Bienvenue.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 20 of the minutes, first full paragraph, last sentence, where it says 15%, that should read 50%, 50. And at the bottom of the page, second sentence of the last paragraph, where it states he thought it would be nice to remove the portal, it should say remove the additions under the portal. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Those were important things to catch. Anyone else have any changes? It appears not. As usual, Melissa, you did such a good job. So I will entertain a motion for the minutes.
That's moved to approve the minutes as amended.
Wait a
Bienvenue.
second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Yes, Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Under findings of fact and approvals and conclusions of law, we have 3. Are there any changes to any of these? It appears not. I will entertain a motion, please, to approve.
Rita moves to approve.
Bienvenue seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. Staff communications, Nicole?
Yes, Madam Chair. So I wanted to note Ms. Beninado and some others have contacted me regarding some concerns on some properties, and I wanted to just report on how we've followed up So for notices of violations, recent notices of violations that have been issued, 1299 Paseo de Peralta, 834 Allendale, 137 West Burger, and 1626 Upper Canyon Road have all been issued notices of violation. And then there were a couple others, which were 328 Don Cubero Place, which was a fence that was, or I'm sorry, a gate that was reported to us. And that gate has been existing for quite some time. And so no notice was provided there. And then 845 Don Cubero, there was a report about the stucco needing to be repaired. And Gary Mokino spoke to the property owner, and they're going to repair the stucco. And then we've had a fencing issue at 134 and 136 West Burger. There was a white picket fence that was removed. There was a replacement, and Gary Mokino worked with the property owners, and now the white picket fence that was there is back. Whether or not that fence is historic, we don't know, but it was reported because there was no permission given for removing and replacing the fence. That is all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for staff, board members in reference to any of these violations or issues? It appears none.
Chair,
Yes?
I was going to provide a quick update on the appeals that I think we have scheduled for City Council. They
Oh,
will
thank you,
be-
Sally.
No
Mhm.
problem. Tomorrow night, we have on the agenda the 542 Camino del Monte Sol appeal regarding the replacement of a pedestrian gate and a contributing yard wall. I think on May 12th, we're expecting to have on the agenda 314 North Guadalupe regarding the construction of a new residential structure in front of a 1920s contributing bungalow. And I think on May 28th, we're going to have 1299 Upper Canyon Road, replacement of a vehicular and pedestrian gate. So
Okay. That's it?
that's all we've got on the so far anticipated on upcoming agendas.
Okay, thank you. Next, any matters from the public? Let me see what we have. We have a couple of people. Gayla Bechtel. Gayla, are you there? Gayla, you have your hand up? Okay, talking permitted. Okay.
Oh, sorry, Gayla, I may have just muted you in an attempt to unmute you. Apologies.
Okay.
There she is.
All right. Thanks, everyone. I just wanted to ask what the process might be for the city of Santa Fe to do some kind of historic documentation or cultural resource documentation of the Midtown campus. From what I understand, the current staff and planning are not thinking about historic resources on that campus. And those, I think there's a handful of Philippe Register buildings. It was also a Philippe Register designed campus. And I think it represents a modern regionalism that we have in Santa Fe. So I was wondering what needs to be done. Should I call the state? I just don't know how to go about making sure that these buildings are documented first, and then if they are deserving of landmark status, or if it should be its own historic district, what that process might be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nicole,
Yeah.
do you have any comments in reference to this? It is out of a historic district, as we know.
I do. I think that there's yet to be an evaluation, which was discussed in December, I believe, of the Midtown campus to determine what kind of cultural resource provisions need to be made prior to development. In regard to what that process would be for the city, It would be to do a landmark because it's outside of the historic districts. So it would go through the landmark process, much like the airport did, or exactly like the airport did. They would come to the board for a recommendation to the board, and Sally might be able to speak a little bit more clearly to this process, but I'm not sure. Go to the board for a recommendation to council, and a resolution would be created that would offer preservation to the buildings that were selected. If the board wanted to hear that. In terms of getting the evaluation done and started, I think that the preliminary evaluation that land use, the Historic Preservation Division and the City Attorney's Office have lately talked about probably should occur first. And then we could determine what the next steps are. In regard to engaging the state, there is the opportunity to nominate some of the buildings or the campus or whatever might be of interest for preservation, nominate it first to the state register, and Stephen Moffson would be able to assist with that. And that would be the first step in getting some kind of nomination going through the state. And those would both offer different types of opportunities for preservation on that campus.
Thank you, Nicole. I don't have much to add except to note that we are in early planning stages, and I have access to the steering committee. I might be a member of the steering committee, but I am at least invited to some of their meetings. So I can bring that up soon, like tomorrow. So we can certainly convey that to those who are starting the land development planning process.
Thank you, Nicole, and thank you, Sally. In reference to the landmark status, does the H board recommend to the city, and then the city does the nomination?
So the H board would recommend, so staff would prepare a report for the board. The board would make a recommendation to the governing body. And then the governing body by resolution would preserve.
Right,
those buildings
they
as
do the resolution.
yeah. And then the city could, City Historic Preservation Division could participate in a state and National Register nomination if that was of interest to do. And again, it is good for the city to participate in those types of nominations. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, Nicole.
Mhm.
Next, we have Stephanie Benato, who wishes to speak. Stephanie?
Hi, can you hear me?
Very lightly, but we can hear you. Stephanie, we can no longer hear you.
Screen share, so hopefully I can do that at this point.
Yes, I've promoted you to the panel, so you should be able to share screen as you requested.
Okay, so I wanted to show you this first. This is the one on West Houghton Lane. This gate really was not there. It was all fencing, and the coyote fencing, it was complete coyote fencing. So to say that this was there for years is not really accurate.
Stephanie, we're not seeing your screen. I apologize for interrupting you.
Yeah, and sorry to interrupt again, but Stephanie, I don't know, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah.
And in the past, I've always been able to hear you a-okay.
Okay, can you hear me?
I
Can you
mean,
hear me better
I
now?
can hear you, but I'm struggling to hear
Okay,
you.
let me, I'm sorry to be.
Okay, that's better.
Okay,
Whatever you did is better.
and let's
If you want to
see.
start all over.
Yeah, please. And I have to get to screen share again, which I can't now see on my screen. Sorry, it went away. Let me see. Okay, there we are. I hope I can see it. Damn. Sorry, it's a little bit hard here. So Sally, if you could help me, I do screen share first, then I hit what's on here, right? And then I highlight that.
Yes.
Can you
If you
see it
select-
now?
No, you
Now
click
can you screen share again, right?
screen share and then click on your window. You should already have your window open that you'd like to share.
Yeah, I do. And now I've clicked on that. So screen share, clicking on the window. Can you see it now?
Now it's coming up.
Okay, good. So this is the alley on this West Houghton alley, and really this gate has not been there all the time. It's been a complete coyote fencing. There was fencing there. This gate is quite new. I'll get out of that one. I want to do a few more screen shares with you. So we stop sharing that one. Let's see, where else do I want to go? Okay, screen share stopped. Here we go. Sorry, I'm a little slow on this. Can you see this? Yes.
No.
This is 542 Camino del Monte Sol, and the pictures you saw didn't really clearly show the vegetation. So when the owner says it's very low wall and how vulnerable she is, there's actually this wire fencing that has all this vegetation on it. So it is not at all vulnerable. And also, again, I'm sorry, I'm not doing this very proficiently. She recently put in a wall. And I don't know if you can see this yet. Let's see, screen share, where are you? Can you see that on your screen or no? Can you see
No,
a
but the
wall?
wall was approved. If you turn the corner from what you're showing us, I believe the wall was approved.
That was supposed to be a coyote fence, actually. So again, sorry, having trouble here with getting to where you are. Oh, man. Okay, here you are. I'm sorry, I don't know how to get to full screen again here.
Well,
So I can
if
screen
Stephanie,
share.
if I can interrupt, if you're having a lot of problem, if you can just describe what's going on,
All right.
because we
I
have a lot
describe-
of cases this
Yes,
evening.
I know you do.
Yeah, and the 2
Um,
minutes is up.
So let me just say that at 542, it has a building permit that's up that says it was supposed to be a coyote fence there, and that's what you approved. You did approve a coyote fence, and that was crossed out, and the block wall was built instead. And I had photos to show you of that. And also at 134 and 136, where on Burger Street, there was no 6-foot tall picket fence there. It was an open yard. If it had a fence at all, it was quite low picket fence if it was there, but I think it's been gone for quite some time. They were red tagged because they were building a coyote fence, and that went away. And then suddenly there is a new picket fence there, new slatted wall fence that is 6 feet tall. That was not there. It was never approved. It should be red tagged. Those 2 units are for sale. And again, it's above the height that's allowed. And if it wasn't there and it's being replaced, then it needs to be replaced at the right height and not at a height that is higher than allowed. This is 2 houses down from Mr. Smith's property, the wall that's too high and is under consideration, where, you could have made him knock down the whole wall, but he's going to come back at some point with a different design. So to allow this kind of wood fencing in this area, this is not what was there. And directly across the street, somebody else built a wooden fence with an enclosure, a wood enclosure. And I happened to run into Gary Mokino this morning at Chavez Center, and he told me that they both were going to be red tagged, but that's not what I actually heard from Nicole. So I do think that these 2 cases, the one at 134, and I think the other one's 137, West Burger, that they need to be looked at because they're not in keeping with the neighborhood. And this fence is definitely taller than what is allowed at the streets, in that streetscape. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We are going to go on to old business. And I do have to inform you two things. If you disagree with the decision that this board renders this evening, you do have the option to appeal. You would be appealing to the city council, and you would be appealing 15 days. You have up to 15 days after the findings of fact and conclusions of law have been approved. The other thing is I will limit public comment to 2 minutes, and I am going to enforce it. This evening, I normally let you go a little bit over, but really we have a lot of cases and we need to get with the program. And so, Nicole, if you'll help me with the 2 minutes, if that's permissible, I'd
Yes,
appreciate it. Okay, so as Nicole stated, the first case listed under old business has been postponed to the April 27th meeting, and that would be at 1299 Canyon Road. So we'll go to the next case, which is 2021-00-3200. This is located at 300 Garcia Street. And this is Nicole and Angela's case. And if you'll let us hear your report, please.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, I'm promoting the applicant's agent, Sandra Donner, to the panel, and she is present.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair and Board, 300 Garcia Street is a 4,304 square foot structure built in the Spanish Pueblo Revival style. The house is located at the corner of Garcia Street and really de Vargas Street, and then where Canyon Road kind of comes in. Due to the fact that I thought it was a little bit challenging to orient, and the PowerPoint's really structured around orienting the board to the property. I do think it's important to note that East of Vargas is here and Garcia Street is here. Okay. So let me, this is the property footprint. And again, here's Garcia Street. And here's East of Vargas Street. You have some stairs here that kind of come up. There's a pathway, and you have this kind of driveway area. And then you have a yard wall here, okay? And the applicant's asking, the building is contributing, and the applicant is asking for the designation of primary facades, and then for a status review on the remnant of the wall that's here, okay? So these drawings, which are very basic and simple, are, I believe they were dug up in the city's files, and they're from the 1999 remodel that occurred to the property. And then here's the wall, which would be kind of right here. Here's this side of the building. Here's the path, and here's that cobble, okay? So we'll just orient here. This is the privacy wall for the guest casita, which is here. And so this is really kind of this area here. This is kind of the gate. That is the gate. I'll quit saying kind of, because it is the gate. And the gate is here on the map. Okay. This is the east elevation of the guest casita. This is the walkway. This is the walkway to the east elevation, and possibly Sandra could clarify this, but my understanding was that it was this elevation being shown here. This is part of the guest casita courtyard, which is there. Oh, I doubled up on this image. Here's the entrance into the courtyard for the guest casita. And the interior part of the building inside the courtyard. This is the elevation here along East de Vergas Street, which is described as a very long plane. And then these are a couple of photos of it as it had to be broken up. So this is the east end. This is the middle section. This is kind of the west middle section. And then this is the kitchen door, I guess. Here on this side of the building, there's a coyote fence, the little gate, the low wall. And oops. Here's this little courtyard area back here, and that's behind this wall. So we're along this little alley. This is the west elevation, kind of as it is behind that coyote fence. This coyote fence. And then this is the courtyard here on the west elevation. And this is both walls. And then this is the wall that was in place by 1966, I believe. And it appears that there used to be, this section remains. This was all remodeled in 1999, including addition of these steps. And then there's another remnant of the wall, which is located here. And the thought is that in order to create a more modern size driveway opening, that this part of the wall was removed, or more parking. Okay. These are the steps that were built in 1999 when the property was a gallery, I believe. And then this is the facade map, and staff has recommended facade 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. So that's this part of the little casita, this area on the interior of the casita courtyard, 10 and 11. So staff has recommended those as primary facades on the contributing building. And then the wall, staff recommended that the yard wall be non-contributing, as there seems to be some kind of questions about whether or not it's original in terms of its form, but it is known that there was a wall that existed in that location by 1966. And I can answer any questions.
Oh, thank you, Nicole. Board members, it appears that Member Guida has a question.
Yes.
Nicole, thank you for orienting us and giving us a very thorough presentation.
Mhm.
Can you explain to us why staff is recommending the facades that they are recommending as contributing, particularly, I guess, 8 and 9? on the
8
guest
and 9.
house? Yeah.
Sure. So I feel like this kind of overhang, the way that it is with the vigas, that this is a very classic, Santa Fe style cantilever. And that would be probably one of the primary features of it. The pediments and surrounds, there seems to be some question about that. And then the replacement of the windows and the doors. But there's little indication. And let me get over here to the historic maps.
And excuse me, Nicole, this facade that you are describing is what number?
This is, this one would be this facade here. And then let me go back to this map so I can make sure I state it accurately. So that would be 8 is where these vigas were.
Okay.
And then 9 is here and the interior. These walls, all of the yard walls and the landscaping and stuff like that were put in 1999. So the other consideration is that just because there's a wall here doesn't mean that there's no visibility. And then let me get here to this map. Let me orient this a little bit. This building is so tricky the way that let me share this screen now. It's so tricky the way it's oriented to the street for me. Okay. So we have this aerial photograph here. Let me just flip my image. So this is the area, this is the facade number 8, and this is number 9.
Mhm.
And so,
And, yeah,
yeah, so they're
And
not,
Nicole-
I mean, yeah, go ahead.
this, it looks a little, I mean, I don't know, I don't know what it is. And it looks like it could be an enclosed carport or garage. Does the Higbee give any indication of what that easternmost portion of the building was built as, or when it was built?
No,
Okay.
but let's see here if we can get any better. 1973. Yeah, and I can see where you this would look here like a kind of an open area, like some kind of carport or something.
Right, it's just that it's a peculiar detail with the
Mhm.
facade inset with those big ends and a little bit of roof sticking out.
Yeah.
That's
mhm.
why I asked.
But
Thank
with
you.
that being said, Nicole, that's not changing your mind, is that correct?
It's not. I don't have enough information here, and like I said, I think it has some like classic kind of Santa Fe detail in terms of the vigas and the and that cantilever. So those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Member Guida, did you have anything further? No. Anyone else? Questions for Nicole at this time? Okay, it appears not. So let's take it to the applicant and let's swear in the applicant.
Okay, is the applicant unmuted? I can't.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, I
thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sandra Donner, 1611 Paseo de Peralta, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87501.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Sandra. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? I hope you're enjoying San Francisco.
Sandra, what do you agree or disagree with staff's recommendations?
I think that, well, just to answer, well, to try and answer Anthony Guida's question quickly about that area, that part of the house is definitely newer. We're not sure exactly when it was built, but the older parts of the house actually were more to the west, towards Paseo de Peralta. So we don't really know exactly what they were built for. The house has gone through lots of kind of commercial mutations over the years. So it really, like, they say it was a restaurant at some point. It was a gallery. It was actually offices for a foundation when it went under pretty massive renovations in 1999. No, and as to your question, Chair Rios, I actually do agree with the designations. I do think that the courtyard was built somewhere. The courtyard was built before the 1999 renovations, but after 1973, I believe, is the last aerial that we have that actually showed no courtyard. So the courtyard wall is younger than 50 years, but the walls themselves were. It just seems that in terms of the integrity of the structure, that facade is actually that the facade number 8 is actually probably the most. I don't know. I don't want to say it. It has the most character of all the facades of the structure. So I do agree with recommendations.
And obviously you agree with the recommendation of the wall to be non-contributing. And do you have anything further to add in reference to the history of that wall?
Well, we were unfortunately unable to really, we did find aerials. There's an aerial in the Higbee from 1966. It's page 21. I don't know if you can bring that up, Nicole.
Sure.
Because that's kind of the clearest, the wall, just to give people a sense of scale, the wall is 7 feet tall. It's, I think, 7.5 feet tall at the kind of, southern end. It's not exactly south. You know what? What page are we on? Maybe go up a page. It's not. No, that's it. That's it. I think that is it. And it's not super clear. So this is from 1958. And you can clearly see that there's a path right there. If you go up a little bit, Nicole, right there's a path that would have bisected that wall. So we believe that the wall once upon a time was a symmetrical wall with probably a gate between it. And when the property became more commercial or cars became more prevalent, is probably even more likely, that wall, the southern wall, was completely torn down in order to make this really, it's beautiful. Like the stonework's really beautiful. All the work was done by John Morris in 99. However, it is absolutely not the scale of the residential houses along, as you start to go down Garcia away from Canyon Road. And the wall itself more than likely was added onto and made considerably taller at some point. But it's definitely, it's a remnant or a leftover from a wall that once existed.
Yeah, thank you. So portions of the old portion of the house, the oldest portion, it's definitely over 100 years old. It could even be reaching 200.
I don't remember exactly what John Murphy found. There's, interestingly enough, not a ton of information on this. There was a big historic study on this property in 1999, and everything, I believe that's the year that the archive was lost. So there's unfortunately a big gap of information on this property. There's no question that this house is contributing. It has been, it's gone through a ton of mutations, but it is, it has been there for a significant period of time. There's just been a lot of additions over the last 25 years.
Yeah, I remember a restaurant definitely being there back in, I don't know, 60s, late 60s, 70s. Yeah. It was called Nirvana. I remember. Oh, yeah, I remember that restaurant. Yep.
That's great.
Yeah. So anyway, well, thank you for your input, Sandra. Let's see if the public has anything to say on this. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Board members, did you have any questions for Sandra? It appears not at this time. And I will go to the public. Stephanie Beninato, would you swear her in, Melissa?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Stephanie Beninato, P.O. Box 160 on Santa Fe.
Thank you.
I agree with the recommendations of staff for the primary facades. I do think that they are characteristic of that type of house, and whether they were added on later. Later could mean 70 years ago as opposed to 100 years ago. I do see that there is a wall there. I'm trying to really envision this wall and how really tall it is at this point. And I'm probably thinking of where Delgado is as opposed to Garcia. But I do love the asymmetry of the gate and the entry there. And so I guess I hope that gets preserved, because I do think that kind of asymmetry entry is sort of typical. And maybe I'm misthinking. I thought there was a gate right there at that corner. Maybe that was an older photograph.
Yeah, no, there is.
Wow, I'm just seeing steps there. So yes, it probably has been changed over time, because in the 66 photo, it looked like it was, from whatever you can see from looking down, it looked to be at the same height and not a graduated wall, which I guess was done so the steps when your entry is a little more visually prominent. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have John Eddy. And so would you swear him in, please?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
John Eddy, 227 East Palace Avenue, Santa Fe, 87501.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, board members, thank you for the ability to speak up on this. Chair Rios is correct. This was Nirvana Restaurant back in the early 70s. I'm not sure what that span held. It was a pretty notorious place by Santa Fe standards, and it cut us the end of the kind of crazy years in Santa Fe. There was a lot of crazy stuff went on in that restaurant. I'll just leave it at that. But the reason I wanted to speak up was about the cantilevered parapet on the southern elevation. Just some feedback. I've been told by very reputable anthropologists that that design is actually a carryover from vernacular Pueblo design. And it'd be interesting to see if anybody on the board, or in fact, Chair Rios, has any knowledge of that. But that's a very specific design element that we only see in specific buildings in Santa Fe. And it's a little wonky, but I was told that that actually came from true Pueblo architecture. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I was trying to think of any other buildings that perhaps have this feature. I can't think of anything. But anyway, I will go back to the board, and if you don't have questions, I will ask you to make a motion, please. Member Guida.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, please.
Case number 2020-003-200 HDRB 300 Garcia Street. I move that we approve project, or approve this designation of facades per staff's recommendations.
And may I hear a second?
That's seconds.
And roll call vote, please.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Oh,
Chair,
I'm
Madam Chair,
sorry.
sorry.
Excuse me, who seconded?
Sorry, it's Jennifer. I think we need to also include in the motion a designation for the yard wall. I would suggest non-contributing.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay, thank you. And Member Benvenue, did you have something?
I was just going to add the same, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Sandra.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to new business, and let's see, the first 4 cases, I believe, of new business have to do with status review. We'll move on to the first case, which is Daniel's case. It's 2021-003372, located at 844 Don Cubero. Daniel, may we hear your report, please?
And Madam Chair, for the record, the applicant, Gayla Bechtold, is present and has been moved to the panel.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just trying to find the right, I was gonna do a reading view, there it is. 844 Don Cubero Avenue. This is a single-family residential structure with a freestanding garage, both of which have contributing status to the Don Gasparian Historic District. Here's an overview of the site of the garage in the rear. Here's the Don Cubero Street, house in the front, and a garage at the rear. There's the front view of the house. It was constructed in a Spanish Pueblo Revival style in around 1928 with a 1990s addition in the rear. The east front facade has a formal symmetry with a centered portal. The north and south facades are more functional in design but have historic windows. Here's again the front. This is the south facade with its more functional design, but here is stepping, parapet, and to my knowledge, all original historic wood windows. Here's the southwest corner. This is the new addition. The north facade also with historic windows and stepping parapet. And this is the addition again in the rear. The west side facade in the rear shows the non-historic addition, which we just saw, and the entire structure has recently been restuccoed. The garage here at the rear of the property, visible from the street, sits at the rear of the driveway on the south side of the main house and is visible from the street. The east street-facing facade has a non-original metal garage door and an older wooden door to the right. It has clear story windows on the south facade that's over here. Documentation shows that there have been changes to the roof and parapets after 1969, and that the structure in 1930 had east and west windows that would have been up here, which have now been removed. However, it still communicates its original use. Here is another view from the side a little bit. Here you can see the parapet, the way that the water used to drain off the roof was different, and that was changed. So there were some changes on the roof. Here's the side. You can see the water currently is removed from the structure. Now we come to the property's yard wall, matching the house in color and constructed before 1958 along the street with a centered entry gate of approximately 3 feet 10 inches in height. Notice the stepping on the southern portion of the wall, and this is the northern portion where it goes up to, I think, around 6 feet, and it extends along this boundary, the northern boundary here. Staff recommends that facades 1, 7, and 8, that's again the south facade with the stepping parapet, the north facade with the stepping parapet, and the front be designated as primary, and that the east facade, facade 12, that's the front of the garage, also be designated primary. Staff recommends that the yard walls be designated as contributing per section 14-5.2 C2. That's the report. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Daniel. And as Daniel said, the house is already contributing, and he is indicating what facades should be primary, and also the garage he is indicating should be the garage, excuse me, Daniel, is already contributing, and you're
Yes.
indicating the east facade, correct?
They are both already contributing. The
Well,
wall does not
And
have
then
a
the
designation.
wall you are indicating should be contributing. Okay, thank you. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you, if you're recommending the front facade of the garage to be primary, would you recommend that we exclude the garage door?
The definition of a primary facade is that non-historic elements are not protected. So there's no need to exclude it because it's excluded by definition.
Okay.
I
And
would,
That could be included in the motion if the board goes in that direction to make the garage contributing, to make this facade as primary.
And also, when was the yard wall built, Daniel?
Before 1958. That's what.
Okay. And to your knowledge, it has not been changed since that time?
I don't have knowledge of any changes.
Thanks. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Member Guida.
Thank you, Chair Rios. Daniel, if the garage facade has been altered to such a degree, why would you recommend it as primary? I mean, it would seem if there were windows there, if the facade proportion has changed, if the garage door is not original, that we're kind of losing a great deal of integrity here.
Well, currently the status is contributing.
Okay.
There is an option, but it's a longer option to degrade, to reduce the status. We can't do that at this hearing. You could postpone or require that the applicants seek a downgrade, and then there's a noticing procedure for that. Assuming that you retain contributing status, it's the tradition to designate a primary facade.
Okay, so it's just, that we typically designate a primary facade for a review of a contributing building.
In general, a contributing building has a primary facade, which is the basis for making certain decisions about future changes to the structure.
Okay. But we could recommend a downgrade for the garage if we so find.
You could, maybe I believe that the board can request that a downgrade be requested, but I would like to check the attorney on exactly how that works.
Madam Chair, and I have some comments.
Yes, are you done, Member Guida?
I just had one other question, Daniel. The yard wall, so besides being 50 years old, what's the case for designating the yard wall?
The case is that it is of a piece with the house, really. It is a low wall that fits well with the design of the house.
Even though they weren't built at the same time?
That is true. They were
Okay.
not built at the same time. In terms
Thank
of
you.
their design, I think they're complementary.
Thanks.
Thank you. I feel that yard wall is low, and that was customary with homes such as this one. Not high walls, low walls. Nicole, you had something to say?
Yes, I just wanted to read the definition of primary facade, which is one or more principal faces or elevations of a building with features that define the character of the building's architecture. And I wanted to offer a point of clarification that it is always good to clearly exclude material if you don't intend to include it. For the record, that is a good practice. And then in regard to a potential downgrade for the garage, if the board feels that the alterations have been so significant, they could not designate a primary facade and request that the applicant return with a status downgrade. And then as Daniel pointed out, they would need to notice it appropriately and before coming back to the board. For the request.
Thank you for those clarifications. Also, Daniel, can you show us on the garage? I think you showed us a picture of the side view. And I was wondering, yeah, right, that one. what's the purpose of this high wall right here?
In the front,
Yeah, in the front.
I don't have a spontaneous answer. I think I'd like to defer to, I'm not sure if the applicant has more details, or I can also check in the,
I'm just wondering, I'm like, it doesn't appear like it has a function to me. I don't know. We can ask, I'll ask the applicant.
facade. I mean, it's common to have a raised parapet that contributes to the face of the structure. Beyond that, it doesn't have a function.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Do we have the app? Okay, it's Gayla, right?
Madam Chair, I apologize. I identified the person for the next case. We actually have Steve McCormick here for this case.
Okay. Would you get Mr. McCormick sworn in, Melissa?
Yes, Mr. McCormick, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You'll need to unmute yourself, sir. Your microphone, there you go.
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Steve McCormick, 1611 Paseo de Peralta, 87501.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. McCormick. You heard staff's report. What more do you have to add and tell us about this place?
Well, I guess one thing I could agree with is Daniel's assessment of that wall you were asking about. It's a parapet. So the garage has parapet on two sides, front and back, and then it has a pitched roof between the parapets.
Okay.
Which sticks out to the south and, as we've seen, to the north. It's kind of an unusual roof and parapet configuration. The other thing I'd say is that I appreciate that the board is ready to exclude the garage door and is considering a downgrade to this garage because it doesn't feel contributing to me, whereas the house, certainly does.
Okay, thank you. So you agree with the facades that that Daniel has pointed out on the house?
On the house.
It's a lovely house, very traditional for this neighborhood, I think.
Mhm.
And actually it was, if I can clarify, it was just one member that indicated that he did not feel that the garage was necessarily contributing, but we'll hear from other board members. Let's see if they have questions.
Okay.
Board members, do you have any questions for Mr. McCormick? Let me see any hands raised. Mr. Guida.
Thank you. Mr. McCormick, do you agree with staff's recommendation for classifying the wall?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make one more comment about the garage?
Absolutely.
The ACPI also noted that there had been changes to the garage, but recommended contributing or the retaining of contributing status. And the primary reason was that it still communicated its original use. Once a building becomes non-contributing, it is susceptible to losing the communication of that use. It becomes something else entirely. So that's something to bear in mind, that this is still visibly a garage, despite some changes in the facade and in the way that the roof is structured. It's still very clearly a garage, and that would be one possible argument for retaining contributing status.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. That is important. Board members, do you have anything else? And I'm having a little issue here with my computer, but anybody else have questions of Mr. McCormick at this time? Or making any comments? I did want to hear from other board members in reference to the garage. If you want to just speak up right now, I cannot see the participants, so sorry.
Madam Madam Chair, Member Katz has his hand raised.
Okay, thank you, Sally. I'm going to try to clear my situation over here, okay? Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Daniel's view of the garage, that the fact that it contributes its original use, and that it is kind of a unique design, merits that it be the primary facade of the contributing building, excluding, of course, the doorway, the garage door. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Sally, if you can help me? Anybody else has their hand raised?
Madam Chair, there are no hands at the moment.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to clarify the situation in a second. I'll go to public comment. Anybody from public comment wishing to comment?
And we have Stephanie Benenato previously sworn.
Okay, Stephanie, go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Stephanie Benenato, PO Box 1601. I agree with staff's recommendation, and particularly the primary facades on the house and the wall being contributing, because it is a low wall that was very common. The step down is also a characteristic that makes it, I don't know, not really harmonious necessarily with the neighborhood, but I think really contributes to that wall, as well as the details around the gate. In terms of the garage, I think you should leave it contributing, because even though the door itself is obviously new, a wood door could be put there with some windows, so that if the idea eventually is to turn it into a guest unit, it could still read like a garage, but be functional for a guest unit. And that setback garage is typical of this area. And it would be, I think, too bad to lose it, given that it has been designated as contributing. Thank you.
And I don't see any other hands for public comment. Was there anyone else that wished to speak on this?
I'll speak.
Okay, I believe the chair is just adjusting her computer settings. So Member Bienvenue, please go ahead.
Yeah, on the garage, my view is that it's not before us today as to whether or not it should be downgraded. So I don't think it would be appropriate for us to do that, although there are strong indications that potentially it should be downgraded based on the changes that have been made, in my opinion. But I would leave that for a later date if and when it comes back to us. And since it is already designated as contributing, it needs a primary facade. And the only one that would fit the bill is obviously the front, with the exclusion of the garage door. So I'd be prepared to make a motion anytime, Chair Rios, it would be appropriate.
Yes.
I didn't know if there was other comment though from other board members before.
Any other comments? I'm still haven't adjusted my screen. So sorry. I so apologize.
It appears that Member Guida has a comment.
Yes,
Thank
Member
you,
Guida.
Sally. John, this is responding to your comment. If there's doubt about it, I don't see why we would lock in a primary facade. We could make a decision tonight, saying that there isn't sufficient evidence to indicate that there should be a primary facade, which not designate the facade of the garage. Leave that question open for another time. That would be my recommendation. I think there's plenty in the structure of the property, plenty in the facades that we're designating that would leave side yard, alley type driveway and the pattern of use and all of that stuff in place. I feel very uncomfortable designating something that's been so altered and so degraded as primary and locking that in for perpetuity. It would become much harder to downgrade the facade, the garage building after that. So my strong recommendation to the board would be to just decline to designate a primary facade for this and leave open the possibility of a downgrade in the future.
Thank you for your comments, Member Guida.
Madam Chair, could I make a response?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. I wanted to respond to Member Guida. Maybe other staff have a different understanding, but my understanding is that if a contributing building has character defining features that usually are on some particular facade. So either the structure is contributing, in which case it should be no problem to designate a primary facade, or the board should recommend a downgrade. But to leave staff and applicants without clear direction makes it a tricky situation. Maybe if you need more information, you could request that, but we do have I believe it's a new HCPI. I don't think that there's going to be more information forthcoming. I would encourage the board to take one of those routes, either request a downgrade or assign a primary facade, knowing that this, accepting that it's a contributing structure. Thank you.
Yeah. In my opinion, the footprint of the building still remains. And even though it has non-historic features to it, you can still identify it as a garage. So my feeling would be to designate it as contributing, but of course I will go on with the desires of the board. So Sally, I'm still having problems, so I'll ask you, any other
Madam Chair,
comment?
Member Beachside has her hand raised, and I don't think she's weighed in on this. And Member Bienvenue may have something further to add as well.
Member Beachside?
Yes, just quickly wanted to say that I share your opinion, Chair Rios and Member Katz, that although the garage, as acknowledged by the HICP, shows significant modification, it's to the roof and parapets. I believe the massing is intact, and we consistently assign contributing status to massing that provides some context, of which in this neighborhood, the garage in the rear of the house is a common feature that I feel is deserving of protection, although that the parapet has been raised and the roof is pitched. The four walls seem to be intact.
Thank you for your comments, Member Beachside. Member Bienvenue?
I was my hand's still raised because I'm ready to make a motion whenever discussion is ended.
Okay, if there are no further comments, Member Bienvenue, you have the floor to make a motion.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I do appreciate all the comments. I think they're all correct in their own way. I'm in the middle where I think that probably it is a downgradable structure, but it's not before us today. I think it needs to be properly noticed and public discussion had on that issue before we take that route. And I don't think that designating it as primary facade would change our ability to downgrade it if the board ever decided to do so on a properly noticed application. So with that, I will go ahead in case 2020-003372 HDRB 844 Don Cubero Avenue. Move to accept and approve staff's recommendations that facades 1, 7, and 8 of the main house be designated primary, and that facade 12, the east facade of the garage, be designated primary consistent with its current contributing status, with the exception of the non-historic garage door, and that the yard walls be designated contributing.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
Beachside second.
Second the motion.
Beachside seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Yes, Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
No.
Vice Chair Cat.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. And thank you, applicant.
Thank you for the thoughtful conversation.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to case 2021-0033-76, located at 234.5 Irving Street. This is Daniel's case. Daniel, may we hear your case, please?
Thanks, Madam Chair. 234.5 Irvine Street is a 1,198 square foot single family residential structure built in a simplified Spanish Pueblo revival style. These are just some preliminaries. I've identified the facades here, 1, 2, 3, and 4. The number 4 is the street facing. Here is the front view of the house. Spanish Pueblo revival style around 1932 with a non-contributing status to the West Side Guadalupe Historic District. It's constructed of adobe. The street facing facade, that's this one, number 4, has a centered portal and non-historic windows on each side. Let's get a closer view. Here's the portal hidden behind these trees, non-historic windows, and there's another one over here, the same type. The north and south elevations, here's the portal, excuse me. This was mentioned in the Higbee with these small corbels and this so-called bullet design here. Then we move on to, so this is again the portal. We're looking down the side of the house, looking at the south facade. There's not a lot to see here. This is facade 3, the north facade, looking from the street. This is the yard wall that's on the street, and then begins the house with a stepped parapet. There's a window here at the rear, which is non-historic. That's the same window here. You can see the fence again. This is the non-historic window, and is stepping down to the parapet. The whole house gets kind of smaller towards the rear. This is the rear of the house, west facade with facade number 2, which is not publicly visible. It appears to show several additions and a passive solar intention, these large windows here. None of this is, the windows are non-historic. This is, sorry, so facade number 1, just to go back, this is facade number 1 looking down here. It's very similar to the north facade. There are some non-historic windows. It has functional character, no real visible design concept.
Excuse me, Daniel, you're saying facade number 1 and it indicates facade number 4.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is facade number 4 in the front. Number 1 is this one down the side here.
Okay, thank you for the
If you look at this view, this is the eye view. So you're seeing the front of 4 and 1, which is down here. We don't really have a photo because it's difficult to photograph. Now, sorry to skip. The house is surrounded by a yard wall. Unfortunately, sorry, I didn't have a picture of it. It must be in the package, which I can draw up. It's got this low block yard wall that is presumed to be historic. It has spoked wheel hubs inserted into it and is topped with river rocks. This 1978 photo, the applicant claims that the river rocks and the wheels are not visible. For me, it's a little hard to tell. For me, it's not sharp enough, but the argument that they're making is that those wheels, I'm sorry to do this. Here you can see in the corner of the photo, the yard wall, which continues around the front of the house. And it has these hub wheels and the river rocks on top. I may be able to find a better photo in a moment. So staff recommends that the structure be designated as contributing to the West Guadalupe Historic District per section 14-5.2C2. And staff recommends designating the east facade primary, that's this front facade, number 4, and also designating the yard wall contributing. As I said, this evidence, sorry to do this to you again. The photo suggests that while the wall was present, possibly the wheels and river rocks were not and are not historic. That's the report. I stand for questions.
Okay, thank you for your report. I think you're correct that the wheels and the rocks were not historic. Thank you. Member Beachside.
Just a quick question. I see the portal in this aerial photograph, and there seems to be some short walls extending forward from the portal. Are those?
Forward from the portal.
Yeah. On another photograph that you showed, they were. I can't see them on that photograph, but.
This?
Maybe one more. They extend into the yard there. Do you see those little curved walls? Are those
Curved walls.
Yeah. Are those historic, or do you know anything about them?
I hadn't inspected them closely. Perhaps the applicant has sorry, I have to flip through again.
Yeah, and just wondering if they should be included as part of the facade.
They might, I think this white line may indicate that little wall.
Mm-hmm. Would those be considered part of that facade, Daniel, or would they be yard walls?
I would consider them to be part of the portal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think you're correct. Thank you. Member Guida.
Daniel, what's the justification for designating the yard wall as contributing?
Well, at the time, I thought that probably the wheels and the rocks on top were a characteristic that is unique here in Santa Fe. Apparently, the argument seems to be going, since I wrote the report, that they're not historic. So that lessens the argument. It is a low wall that I know the board has had a discussion about these kind of very low walls. It's less than 3 feet high. That might be something that is worth preserving. Should this fence come down? It's a very, as far as I've gathered from the conversations, this a traditional low wall surrounding the house.
Right, so that wall's not at all visible.
Well, it's visible behind the wooden fence. The wooden fence I don't think would warrant any kind of protection, but I mean, I can see that the wall is here, and should the fence come down, then the wall would still be there.
Okay, thank you.
And it is true that this area of Santa Fe had low walls or really no walls. So I would definitely want this to be a contributing wall so that it wouldn't go any higher. And because of the history of the wall itself, I think that it, as I said, there were low walls or no walls in this area. Member Guida, are you done with your questioning?
Madam Chair, if I may respond to that.
Oh, absolutely.
Certainly it is the case that many properties in Santa Fe originally had no walls or lower walls. I guess what I take issue with in general is this kind of overzealousness about designating what I see to be a mostly, short-term structure, especially when it doesn't have anything to do with the architecture. I certainly take your point about character of neighborhood and preserving streetscapes. But I think that we as a board should be a little bit more critical about the types of, particularly of yard walls, that we're assigning historic status to. This one seems to me to be extremely sketchy, both in its historic details and its quality, and exactly what it's contributing or has contributed to the streetscape for the last decades.
Thank you, Member Guida. Any other questions? If not, I will go to the applicant, and the applicant is Gayla Bechtel, and she needs to be sworn in. Melissa?
Alrighty. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Gayla Bechtel, 418 Montezuma Avenue, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Gayla. What do you have to tell us in reference to this particular property?
I guess I would like to, in general, agree with John Murphy's assessment of the house, and I loved the history of the neighborhood, especially. Though I have to say that when I saw the photograph from 1978 that showed that the wall had not yet been altered with this sort of folkiness with the hubcaps and the rock wall, it gave me pause about the rest of the house because of the overall lack of integrity. I mean, the one thing that I actually see that is of the Spanish Pueblo, the simplified Spanish Pueblo, are the flares at the corners, and the flare, you can't see it behind the portal, but there is one in the middle also. But then you start looking at the portal itself, and it's not very well built, and there's some interesting things, but it's not very it's not very well built. There's not a lot of integrity to the structure itself. The adobe walls are certainly the four original walls we assume are intact, but then the openings have been changed. It's hard to tell what they were. The windows, some are clad, some are vinyl. There's some that are metal in the back. And then I guess I was willing to accept the contributing status until I found out that the wall was not of a piece. That the building was actually built in the 30s. This portal, I don't know when it was added, it's hard to tell, but it was an added feature. Whether or not it had those little wing walls that member Bescheid talked about. The structure itself is undersized. All the structural members are undersized. So to do any kind of alterations, we will have to rebuild the roof and add a bond beam to the adobe. I mean, and I know that that's not that unusual in these old adobe houses, but it was just like one thing after another made me start questioning, well, is this just sort of a hodgepodge of lots of different things? And now we're going to sort of encase it in amber and say, okay, this is it. And I'm less and less comfortable with that approach to these simple, wonderful, simple buildings. I mean, I love these vernacular buildings. But at the same time, there's something that's not quite right about this one for me. So I guess I'll stop there.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Daniel to comment in reference to your comments. Daniel?
Yeah, I think there's some good points that Kayla has raised. That it is definitely a building of accretion, different phases, and not of a great structural quality at all. It does present from the front, at least, as having some kind of design concept. The symmetry of it, despite this fence in the front, it does have a symmetrical presentation that I'm not sure if Kayla is saying that those windows on these facades, whether these openings have changed. It seems to me that kind of symmetry would have been part of an original design. I have, we've all seen a lot of different kinds of houses. I think that this house is perhaps on the line. It's not a masterpiece, but it represents a kind of simple style of building, and does show its hodgepodgey kind of history.
Thank you, Daniel.
Yeah.
The house is at least 89 years old, right? Built in 1932. And I would think that there would be, between that time and the present time, that there would be a number of changes. But from Daniel's report, it doesn't, to me, it doesn't appear to have a great number of changes. And
Not
it's
at the front.
representative
The
of,
rear has seen a lot of additions.
yeah, additions or even changes. So it's, to me, it's representative of the homes in what existed in this neighborhood with a bit of evolution involved in the home. Any questions, further questions or comments for the applicant at this time, board members? I don't see any hands up. I will go to the public. Anyone from the public wishing to comment? And I don't, okay, I see Stephanie Beninato. She's been sworn in. Stephanie, go ahead.
Thank you, Stephanie Beninato, PO Box 1601. I hope that you designate this as contributing with the front facade being the primary facade. Just because it's poorly built or now poorly maintained, perhaps, that could be just because it was a vernacular and the owner did it rather than an engineer. And the fact that it may need a bond beam or that you have to replace the ceiling or roof members doesn't mean that the massing is different or that the openings on the front are different. And I believe that those are probably the original openings, because if you look at the detail of the sill, it's very typical of that time period, that covered adobe sill that you have there, the flaring on the wall, and even the portal. I mean, again, even if it was added on a few years later, it does have corbels. It is, it has a character to it with the lower walls. So that I do hope that you designate it as primary, and that does not prevent the owner from making structural upgrades that would be needed throughout the roof or any other place. In terms of the yard wall, yes, I'm sure they didn't originally put hubcaps into the wall, but if that was an adobe or block wall, it would be very hard to undo it and put in openings afterwards. So that I would assume there was some type of opening there. And the low yard wall is characteristic of homes. And even though there's a fence in front of it, the fence was not what should prevent you from designating it as primary. I could see that you would not include the rocks on the top because those could have been added at any point. And certainly I wouldn't make the hubcaps part of the contributing material because perhaps something else like a grate, an iron grate or wrought iron grate might be more appropriate. But I do think it's really important to try to maintain these low walls because, again, what we have are people who want to build 6-foot walls to have privacy. But what happens really is that they totally change the streetscape. They change the ambiance of
Madam Chair,
the
2 minutes are up.
neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. And I see that no one else from the public has wants to speak.
Madam Chair, I believe you muted yourself.
Okay, okay, Gayla, you have your hand up. Did you have something further?
Yes, I just wanted to respond to the idea that this building was built in 1932. Having seen so many old adobe buildings that have been built prior to that and after that, this one feels more like a building that was built in the 50s or 60s. The type of lumber that was used in the ceiling, it's rough sawn 2x8s, and so I'm even hesitating to agree with the 1932 date. I don't have any proof that it wasn't built or there wasn't a structure here. I just don't know if it was this structure. It just doesn't quite gel for me. I just wanted to.
Yeah, thank you. Daniel, I read the 1932 date. Where did that come from?
That came from John Murphy, sorry.
Oh,
Yeah, I was just going to dig out the HCPI. I assume that it came from there.
I believe it was from the Santa Fe directory.
okay.
There's a Santa Fe County assessor from 1940.
Okay, so, I mean, it's an old building, right? I think that we could all agree on that. So, in the meantime, I'm going to ask Member Guida to comment.
Thank you, Chair Rios. It is an old building, and you know, I fully recognize the importance of protecting vernacular building tradition. In fact, most of the things that we look at are vernacular building. You know, this building was designated as, was previously noted as non-contributing. I guess I'm at a loss to understand exactly what recommends today the idea that this is a contributing structure, specifically to this district. I mean, it's a brown box, it's old. And you know, I guess I'm curious to know what these character defining elements are. There's been a lot of speculation in the discussion, both in the public's discussion and in the boards, about, well, the wall could have been this, or it could have been that, or the hubcaps were, you know, to me, the most interesting thing are the hubcaps, but we have no data to support that they're important. They're also the thing that's most like this neighborhood. I'm really struggling to understand why all of a sudden now, this pretty marginal building needs to be designated as contributing, and its front facade be designated as primary. I guess I'd like to know from staff exactly what would lead us in that direction.
Danielle, would you respond?
No, don't. I'm just talking to somebody, okay?
Sorry, my daughter is coming.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Just give me a minute. It was great. Eden, I'll come in a minute. No.
Listen to my. I can offer just a little bit of discussion.
Yes, cool.
So on the image that we're looking at now, I would say that the flare and the parapet is a very classic 1930s, 1940s. I would need to look at the other photos a little more closely to get a better sense of it. I think the wings on the portal that were shown earlier, to me, look like something from the 1980s. And I would kind of say they're not really a character defining element. I would guess, and again, I'm less familiar with this case as I've read the staff report and kind of looked through the materials, but not looked at it closely. That the portal.
Danielle, would you get the portal on the screen, please?
I would say that the portal is a later addition too, and that probably there was no portal on the front of the building, but rather that it was like a flat face, and then the parapet, how it kind of swoops up, would be the number one defining characteristic. The windows the inside of the windows look like they might actually be original too, but there's no concrete sills, which you frequently see in this area around Irvine. So those would be my comments, and I don't know if Daniel has anything further.
Thank you. Daniel, did you wish to add anything else in reference to the character defining features of the building?
I think Nicole did a good and differentiated job describing it. You know, for me, it's the shape of the parapet with the raised corners, the symmetry of the front, and the kind of stepping down towards the rear of the structure. I think that probably that, as Nicole said, the windows openings are original. So this is in the category of a simple structure, and where the contributing designation would be to preserve that kind of simple symmetry of the front.
Thank you for your comments. Member Guida, did you have something further?
Thank you, Chair Rios. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to beat a dead horse. I mean, it just seems like, through this discussion, we've moved back from, from the facade and the portal and the wall, needing to be designated as contributing to, what I see as a building that's clearly, on the line here. It was non-contributing before. I certainly agree with Nicole's assessment of the portal, particularly of the wing walls, that it is likely an addition. And, to me, and certainly the wall for me is out. The things that, might put it into the category of, contributing to the district of character defining elements are that front facade, the raised corners, and the symmetrical openings on either side of the door. I don't see anything else that would recommend this as being, important to the district. I mean, everything we look at is brown stucco and has some Santa Fe detailing. It does not mean that those elements are significant, or that we have to lock them in amber. So that's where I'm at on this, and I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Gayla, you have your hand up. Did you have something further?
Yes, I would just like to point out that the front facade is not symmetrical around the doors or in its overall. It's just not symmetrical. If you look at the floor plan on the HCPI, you can, there you go. It's not symmetrical. Nothing is symmetrical on this facade. That's all.
And that might be because it is probably vernacular, probably built originally by the owners of the house. They didn't have an architect. They just went ahead and built what they felt was appropriate and what they could build with what they did have. Member Benvenue?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a clarification, please, from Daniel. Is this house non-statused, or was it statused as non-contributing through a formal process?
I'm pretty sure it's non-contributing. There was an action to designate a large number of buildings through the staff in the 1980s, and I think it was part of that.
But are you positive of that it's non-contributing or non-statused?
I am fairly positive, but if you give me 2 minutes, I will look in the GIS, and that would.
Okay. Thank you. Do you have anything further, Member Benvenue?
Well, if it was designated non-contributing, do we have any record as to what the grounds were for that designation and when it happened?
Well, let's see if somebody can give us an answer. I think Daniel is trying to find that. Member Guida, did you have something further?
After we hear back from Daniel, I'd like to make a motion. We're ready.
I need a minute to find the right data here. I'm going to just look in the GIS. Pretty sure it's non-contributing. $234.5. It's non-contributing. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
It is definitely non-contributing in the report, in the GIS system.
Okay. Do we know why? Or did I understand you to say that they gave a lot of, a grouping of houses as non-contributing in
The-
this area?
My recollection is that there was a point in which the city did a large inventory and assigned status to buildings, and then that was, I believe, designated by the governing body. And back in
I
the
could,
With or without review?
well, not through staff, not through board review, through the staff essentially made the designation, and that was approved by the governing body.
it was a windshield survey intended to give basic status, especially when with the expansion and designation of the West Side Guadalupe. So often you find these like 1980s forms that are just very parsimonious in terms of their information, and they just kind of say contributing or non-contributing. And one of the things to consider is that that was done in like 1984 to 87, something like that. Yeah, and Gayla might know more about this.
Yeah, so
At that time, that house may not have been contributing in terms of even its age. So that would have been one of the reasons that it wasn't designated contributing. And then there's also the possibility that it was just never going to be contributing.
This is the historic inventory form from that 1985. You can see there's almost nothing on it. And there are dozens of such forms for different buildings.
Okay,
So that's
thank
the
you,
one.
Daniel.
The 1985 that had that wall. It's actually
Okay.
It might have
Well,
been.
Member Bienvenu, did you have something further?
Just a comment on that. I do think it's important. I do think it's an important fact whether it was contributing, non-status or status as non-contributing, because to me it sort of shifts the burden in this application. And I tend to agree with Anthony that what's changed since 1985, the house looks pretty much the same except for the wooden fence that was put in front of it. It was considered non-contributing at that time. It's not clear to me what's changed since then that would provide us with grounds to change that designation. That's my only comment. Thank you. Otherwise, actually, I do have another comment. If it was just non-status, I would probably have a different point of view. Thanks.
I don't know. It seems to me like they did this, they being the city government did this in a rush. Like from what I'm hearing Nicole say and Daniel say. These groupings, okay, we're going to look at these non-contributing. They didn't really study them, in my opinion. But anyway, okay, let me see. Gayla, you have something further?
Yes, I would like to say that the HCPI from that 1985 date does actually show the flares. So the flares were there, and the building was 50 years old when they designated it non-contributing back in 1985. So just so those two things are noted.
Okay, thank you, Gayla. If no one else has anything further, I will turn it over to Mr. Guida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion. In case 2020-003-376 HDRB 234.5 Irvine Street, I move that the board maintain building's non-contributing status. That applies to the building and to the yard wall.
Is there a second to this motion? There is not a second to the motion, so the motion dies. I will entertain another motion. Board members. Member Beachside.
I'll make a motion in case number 2021-003376 HDRB at 234.5 Irvine Street. I move to adopt staff's recommendation, and that reflected in the HICP report, to upgrade the status of this building to contributing, designating the front east facade number 4, excluding the portal, which appears to be non-historic or not original, as primary, because it still communicates its historic context to the neighborhood. And I moved to designate the yard wall as non-contributing.
Non-contributing because?
And because the construction, including the features that are present today, seem to be uncertain whether or not this yard wall is the one that was apparent in the aerial photographs from the 50s.
Is there a second to this motion?
Member Katz would second the motion.
Okay, roll call vote, please. Member Katz seconded.
Thank you. Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Taking into consideration Chair Rios's comments about the fact that that probably was not a very thorough proceeding in 1985, I'd vote yes.
Member Guida,
No?
Vice Chair Katz.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a
Thank
good
you, and thank you, Gayla. And Gayla, I wanted to comment on the articles that I see in the newspaper. Thank you. They're very beneficial, and I
Thank
enjoy
you.
reading them.
That's my hope.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my hope.
So muchas gracias for that.
Yeah.
Alrighty. We will move on to the next case, which is located at 855 El Caminito, and it's case 2021-003378. And this is Daniel's case.
Sorry, I'm scrolling through, but you will get less dizzy in 1 second.
For the record, I have just promoted Richard Martinez, the agent for the owners, to the panel.
Okay.
Okay, this is a little bit of a complex structure. It's a large building. I'm not presenting every single facade because there's a lot of them, but I hope you get a gist of the building, and we can get more photos if you need, but hopefully this will orient you. 855 El Caminito is a single-family residential structure with accessory structures with non-contributing status. No, that's a mistake. The building as a whole is contributing to the downtown and East Side Historic District. It was begun in 1924 by John Gaumin with subsequent additions in the 1960s. So just another overview here. We're talking about this structure here. This is an outbuilding here in the back. This is separate here and here. Here is the facade diagram. Mr. Martinez has shown here the original historic building being this one here in the hatched. Then there were additions here, portal addition on the front. So the additions came in the 1960s. An addition in 1972 covered the original east facade. That's 13 and 31 here. So this was the original east facade here, and then it was covered there. The western portal, you'll see photos of all this, and you do also have the packet, was added also at that time. To the southwest is a secondary building that's here. Originally constructed as a garage, it was converted into a Russian Orthodox chapel in 1968, which was enlarged in 1971. Subsequently, it was joined to the main house by way of a connector. That's this 37, 38, 39. Sometime after 1991, the decorative facade of the chapel was removed. We'll get to those. The house originally consisted of two separate houses. This is the separate house down here. Used to be a different address, 860 Camino Ranchitos, constructed before the 1960s in the Spanish Pueblo Revival style. So this structure is currently non-contributing. These are contributing. On February 10th, 2004, a rehabilitation of the structure was apparently approved by the then Historic Design Review Board. Let me just proceed to these first pictures. Again, here's their facade diagram so you can see what we're looking at. This is the original structure. Over 33 is original, and then this 32 and 31 is this non-historic addition that was put on the front. Here again, the view, this covering up the John Gaw meme thing. So the entrance used to be on the other side, on this west side of the house. Then they moved the entrance to the east side and built this. This again is the original, part of the original massing, 34 and 33. Here's a side view of 33. This is the portal looking from the northwest. So this facade back here is the original facade of the structure. Then in the 1980s or so, it looked like this, and then it became more sort of made to look like what we think of Spanish Pueblo revival. Here is the connecting structure between these two houses. This again is the original house, but then this is the connecting, non-historic connecting part. You can see it's changed quite little in the last 40 years. This is the former chapel. Here's what the chapel originally looked like. You can see I've lined up the photos exactly as I can so that you can see that this height has been lowered. The bell obviously removed, the door and the window. Interesting 2/1/2 pattern here has gone away. And this is the addition at the back part of the chapel. Again, it had originally this kind of simple or less massive roof that was then replaced by this massive one. Yeah. So the changes that were applied for included, not to make you dizzy, removing this non-historic entry, but it was never followed through. It's still in place. In the staff report, the east and west elevations are named primary in that report in which they were going to remodel the house. However, the current practice is to designate individual facades primary. They just said this whole thing is primary, the whole east and the whole west are primary. Now we are a little more differentiated. The aforementioned elevations comprise numerous facades. I'm not sure if I lost you there. So when they were proposing a remodel, the staff report said that this entire east and the entire west were primary. At that time, the board did not make primary designations. So this structure is now returning to the board to get a more differentiated designation of primary facades for this structure. So staff recommends approval. No, it doesn't. It recommends to retain the historic designation as contributing and the facades 16, 26, 27, 29, and 34. I don't think that I summarized them, but so there are these, those should be the primary ones. We're talking about these original facades here, 26 and 27. 29, which is this one on the, so 34 here. 29, that's the other wing. and 16, which is the front of the chapel, be designated as primary. This one. So I hope I didn't lose you too much. I stand for questions.
Okay, thank you, Daniel, for your report. So Daniel, basically there are 3 buildings on this property,
Yeah.
and I know you showed it to us, but are they, what's connected to the main house?
So this is the main house with non-historic additions in the form of an entry and then a portal and a kind of a kitchen area. And then it's connected via kind of sort of like an enclosed, sort of a portal area and doorways to a second house here. This is freestanding.
Okay. And of the portions that you are indicating are primary, is this a correct statement? None of the portales are primary, are historic?
No, they're not historic. They're from 1972.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Let me see if other members have questions for you at this time. Member Guida, you have your hand up?
Thank you, Cheerios. Daniel, thank you for walking through and providing a kind of clear diagram and photos. I think I followed pretty much all of it. 2 points of clarification. One, the diagram, the key plan in the lower right seems to suggest that the chapel is non-historic. Why then are we looking at 16 as a primary facade?
It's from, well, it was constructed as a garage, converted to a chapel in 1968. Enlarged in 1971. I think that this portion down here is the addition. So this is the 1971 portion, to my knowledge. This is the older portion. Of course, this facade has changed since then, but we do have the evidence of its original form.
And the building's current status?
Current status is contributing.
For that building?
Yeah.
Okay. Even though the diagram we've been looking at says non-historic.
This is the architect's diagram.
Okay.
I can try and again, I believe that I have it correctly, but I can again check if the GIS has something that's.
And then the second question I have for you is, I mean, is just another point of clarification. If we may look at that diagram again.
I'll pull up the GIS map, Daniel.
Okay.
So where we're seeing on the I guess it would be the west, if north is up, this would be the west portion of the house. That whole west side of the house, including what you described as a kitchen, that's all outdoor, right? That's all portal. That's not an indoor kitchen.
This is indoor. I believe it's indoor. This is certainly a portal here.
Okay.
If you look at this photo, you can see the wall here. This is that wall which represents this rounded form
Yes.
here.
Got it.
So it's an indoor kitchen. This is the portal, which that's this here.
So with regards to this main house, you're asking us to designate more clearly these somewhat buried facades. In the case of the rear of the house, it would be 27 and 26. Is that correct?
Yeah, 26 and 27 are these parts of the original
27.
structure.
Right.
25 is the later addition. 24 and 25 are an addition on
Okay.
historic.
And we wouldn't be recovering what's buried inside the kitchen interior in the house. That's not what you're asking. Just the part that we partially see through the.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that you can designate a hidden facade as primary.
Right, right. And I'm asking that because this is somewhat hidden. And then I guess on the corresponding question would be on the east facade. Are you asking us to designate any facades that are beyond
Help.
beyond the portal here? So 32.
I'm suggesting that these two, you see these two wings, which are fronted by 29 and 34.
Mhm.
My suggestion is that their character, they have a nice proportion, nice windows. That's the kind of character of the house. These are more functional sides, and these are non-historic. So for me, this is the character of this historic building is this rectangular. Here you can see it quite well.
I would agree. But 31 and 32, you're referring to the facades of the portal, not what lies beyond.
What lies beyond is not a facade. It's not actually a portal. This is enclosed. These are large windows here.
I see. Okay. I think I understand. Thank you for clarifying.
Madam Chair, I'd like to add a point of clarification.
Yes, Nicole. go ahead.
Facades do not have to be publicly visible or visible in order to be designated as primary. It's about integrity and historic material and architectural style.
I think what he was asking though is that 26 used to continue down to this corner at 23. Now it's part of the indoors, so we can't designate this portion here as.
Oh, understood.
That's now enclosed in the building
Mhm.
as part of that primary facade.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Member Beachside?
Thank you. Daniel, can you talk to us about the southern house? I don't think we saw any photographs of that, but that was built in the 1960s, so presumably it's old enough to be considered, but can you just tell us what your assessment of that structure is?
Thanks for the question. I'm a little caught off guard. I'm afraid it didn't seem to have much visibility. It didn't seem to have much of the character of this building. This is definitely a building that shows its that has a certain flavor and design aesthetic that I didn't find in the other building. I'm sorry I didn't provide you with much documentation. I did include the HCPI from that building.
Yes.
And I'm just looking to see. I'm sorry I don't have anything intelligent to add at this point.
You're right, thanks.
Let me just see if I can find anything for you. Again, you have the HCPI in your packet. And again, we were looking really to not really to be changing status, but to clarify the primary facade designation.
So that house is designated as contributing, the older that portion that we are speaking about right now.
Nicole, did you find anything on the GIS?
Yes, I did, and there it's not. It'll require a little discussion, I think. Here, let me share this. So there are a few things. Okay, so here's 855, and that is contributing. The red is contributing. Now, is this the chapel? I don't have the footprint in front of me.
Shows
Oh,
that.
no, here it is. Here it is. Here's the chapel. I see it by zooming in.
Okay, so then I'm sorry. Then the entire thing is contributing, including that
Yes.
building.
That's correct. Yeah.
So did I understand you to say everything on that, all the buildings are contributing?
Yes, they're all contributing.
Okay, thank you. So anything further, board members at this time? If not, I will ask that Richard Martinez be sworn in. And hi,
And
Richard.
do you swear? Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Richard Martinez, 1524 Paseo de Peralta.
Thank you.
So Richard, let us know what your observations and recommendations are in reference to this property.
This is a really interesting house. It was that they integrated the house next door, and it wasn't very clear to me what was contributing. I went by what the presentation was made to this board. I forget the date, but the last one that was done, and it was indicating which parts of the house were contributing and which parts were historic and which parts were not. And I was going by the surveys that we had, and so that's how I came up with the contributing little diagram that I made. I'm surprised that the guest house would be contributing, because it's fundamentally different than the house, and there's attempts to make it match the house. There's this, the house consists of some buttresses that in the corners, which make these nice, beautiful silhouettes. And there's some of that, but it's a clunky and unsatisfying addition to the house. And so I disagree with what the staff was recommending in terms of the primary elevations. I think that the elevation number 16, which is the front facade of the chapel, is really been so altered that I don't understand why that would be. You can see it, that the drawing, I mean, the photographs that Daniel had comparing it to the historic survey, which was in '91, shows significant changes since then. And then the elevations 26 and 27, which are under the portal in the back of the house, which was the original entrance, and is really very charming, but it's under a portal that has been that was added to the house and then altered significantly. It just doesn't seem to me that it would be very important. The facades 29 and 34, which are the nice facades on the which were the back of the house is now the front of the house. Those are beautiful facades, but they're not visible from the public way. Which the facade, which has the most integrity and is visible from the public street, and was actually the only photograph that was included in the 86 survey, is elevation. It's facade number 28, which is the side. And actually, I have I presented photographs to the board of that facade. And if you could pull up, Daniel, the survey.
HCPI?
It's the last couple of pages of the 91 survey is the 86 survey.
Just a second.
Sure. It's a beautiful house, and it was there's historic evidence that John Galmi had some design influence in the house. It's not clear, and Elaine Brown, who's actually here as well, had gotten some more information from Nancy Meanworth that may clarify that. Yeah, so that's the 91. So if you look at the survey, oops, go at the bottom of the first page, sorry, if you go back a little bit, at the bottom of the first page, there, it says surveyed 91. And then if you go to the last couple of pages of this survey, keep going. Keep going. Now, this is the 86 survey, and that facade behind that old is that a Rolls Royce is the facade that is facade 28, which is the side of the old bedrooms and the bathroom, which actually is intact.
I'm just gonna try and find that photo I think you
Thank
sent.
you.
Is that, hold on, is that this one? Wait,
It's in my report and it says facade 28.
is that this one? No, this is,
Yeah, that's it. Yes. So and comparing that to the photograph that was shown earlier, it is the canales are in the same position, the windows are on the same position, the lintels, all that sort of stuff. Yes, there you are. Yes. So anyway, and it's visible from the street. So that's one of the things that I was thinking that may be a point in its favor.
So Richard, you feel that facade, obviously 28 should be a primary facade
I think that only 28 should be a primary facade.
only. So you disagree with the recommendation that Daniel has made, recommendations?
Yes, for the reasons that I gave before.
Mhm. In reference to the portion where the portal has been made, and you indicated you didn't think that was this
There.
one here, 27, 20, 26 and 27. But in my opinion, you can still see what is the historic portion of the house, and portales can also be, that can be torn down, and you can still see I know that it's existing, but I can still see what is under that portal and see that what is under there is contributes to the house itself.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It's a very charming facade, and it has one of the only, well, maybe the only arched door that you can see. You can barely see it next to the number 26 there, which was the original front door of the house, now the back door.
And Richard or Daniel, what used to be the chapel and what is now obviously different from what it used to look like, when was this facade 16? When was that made? When was that redesigned?
According to the survey, it was
after 1991, it says in this.
1991. Oh wait, hold on. Sorry.
So that's correct, 1991?
In the 1991 survey, it said that
The photo is from 1991, this left photo. So it was after 1991.
I'm sorry, it said it indicated that it was turned into a, let's see, a future garage converted into Russian Orthodox chapel circa 1968.
Okay, so the chapel was there in 1968 and then it changed, you think in 1991?
After
Uh,
1991, because
After 1991, it changed.
So Daniel, would you let us know why you feel that, I mean, not, this portion isn't, I mean, they're beautiful, but it's not that old. And why are you indicating that it should be a primary?
Well, some details have changed, but this parapet has been removed, but this essential mass is, a contributing, or it defines the character of this building. We have these windows, the openings, and the door and window openings are the original ones. They're historic, and this is the face of this structure.
Okay, thank you for your explanation. Any other questions, board members, for the applicant or Daniel? It appears, let me see, did I see a hand? I did see a hand. Member Guida.
Thank you, Chair Rios. Richard, so I understand your argument for designating, is it the north facade?
Yeah.
I think that
Actually, this I numbered it incorrectly. This is number 28.
Okay. So 28's intact, 28 is original, and all of that. Richard, what would prevent you from agreeing with Daniel's recommendations, at least for like 29 and 34, those two small end elevations of those wings that come out?
Because I think because they're not visible until you come onto the property. That's all.
I see. I mean, I think an argument, is that, as a whole, I mean, it's this issue of the way we do things now versus the way they were done before. I mean, you can read this as saying, oh, well, we could preserve bits of this. But the overall effect might be lost if that middle part is no longer has integrity. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that response.
Thank you. Member Benvenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it possible to get a street view of this property so we can see what it looks like from the public right of way?
I do that. I can do that.
I have it up if you want it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just open it.
I think also the owner would like to speak.
I would.
Yes.
We'll just need to swear Ms. Brown in.
Right. We need to swear you in, and
Sure.
Melissa will do the honors.
Okay. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Elaine Brown, 855 El Caminito, Santa Fe.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Brown, you have the floor, and you can talk to us right now.
Okay, I think I would like to add that I think an unfortunate thing about the way these meetings are structured is that tonight you cannot see our plans for what we want to do to our home. And our plans are very much drawn out of Facing Southwest by Chris Wilson and other books that we've gone through many times, The John Gaulmine by Bainbridge Bunting, that we've gone through many, many times. We appreciate the history of this home. We also know that this home has been, shall I say, touched many times over the ensuing 100 years. And what we are trying to do is really to bring it back to the John Gaulmine vernacular. And And we are very much in love with the historic home. And I would hope that the committee has visited our house. I don't know. I know during COVID things are different, but I think that you would see the love and care that we have put into this historic home. We've made substantial investments here, and we don't want to do anything to lose what I always say as the authenticity of the home. I have talked to Nancy Worth about this house because I've always been so interested in it. Hubert Galt was the guy who owned tons of property right around here. He met John Gaumeme at the Sun Mountain Sanitarium. And Nancy has told me that I should always say that her father did not design this house, that he did substantial renovations and additions to the home. I think that it has been accepted that the original front of the house was facades 27 and 26, and they faced west, and that Hubert Galt owned land all the way to Garcia Street, and you came in from Garcia Street to this house. And so what is now under our portal were the original structures of the house. And so facades, I think that's 27 and 26, which face east. Those were the back of the house. So I would ask you to consider that. I do want to say that there is no connector from the main house to what we call the library, but was the chapel. That was a Russian Orthodox chapel that was built for Mr. Osorgin, who lived here for 30 years. He was the chaplain at St. John's University. And that was not originally a chapel. What we are trying to do to that chapel is something that is only out of love for what the building was. We have nothing other than money to spend to correct that facade to what it was in the 1960s and 70s. There's nothing benefiting us by doing that other than we feel like that's what it was, and it would be lovely to bring it back to that. But that was not connected to the main house, and to my knowledge, that is not a non-contributing building. As far as what you called someone called the Southern House, which is we call our guest house, that was the house that had a separate address. I think Richard described it correctly, that it's kind of a plain little building that is trying to look like our main house. If you were to look at the plans that we will submit, we are looking to add buttresses to the front of that house and looking to
We can't go into that.
I know, and change the windows to match.
Yeah, we cannot go into that tonight. Thank you.
My only point is that we love the history of this house, and everything that we are looking to do is in keeping with what John Gaumeme would have loved to have corrected about this house as it now stands.
Thank you for your comments. Let's see. Let's hear from Member Benvenue.
Sorry, just still have my hand up from wanting to see the view from the public right of way. Because the applicant wondered if we had seen the property, and the answer is no, we're not permitted to see the properties at this time, unfortunately. So
Yeah,
this
that
is our
is-
best substitute.
So I can comment on this photograph that's up on the screen right now. That the house that the house is way back in. You can just see the facade 28 and 29. Yes, right there. Right, exactly. There's other houses on either side, and it's at the end of a cul-de-sac. So that's it.
So John, did that satisfy you, or do we need to look at Google Maps?
Well, no, I suppose this is probably as close as we're going to get to the entryway, unfortunately. But I think I have an idea that it's very small amount of this is publicly visible.
Okay, thank you, John. Board members, any other comments or questions at this time?
Maybe I can just clarify a little bit about that, the public visibility. When you approach the driveway, well, you're standing basically at the north end of the house, or the northwest, so that you see mostly 28 and 29, and then in the background a little bit of 30 and 33 and 34.
Okay, and Daniel, did you indicate that the guest house, I saw in the in one of the things that you put up, it said non-contributing, and then you indicated that everything was contributing. Can you clarify that?
It was an unclarity in the staff report. The whole thing is contributing.
Okay, thank you. Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that you do see the east facade from Ranchitas. But yeah, if you can move it a little, yeah, I think that you can.
Like here, you think?
Yeah, you can see right through there.
Can you do street view from using the little yellow man?
Oh, yes. Let's see.
Down a bit further.
Our house.
Yeah, you had it there. I think you're going the wrong way.
Am I?
Yeah.
Camino. Well, here's Karen Walker's old house, right?
Yeah, you need to get there.
There it is, through there to the. Oops, no,
Here. Through here. Is this where you're thinking here?
Yeah.
But again, the primary facade designation has nothing to do with public visibility.
Right.
And what you're seeing there is the guest house.
Member Katz, did you have anything further?
Maybe it is the guest house.
Frank, you have your hand up?
No, nothing further. Thank you.
Nothing
Sorry.
further? Okay. Anybody else? If not, we haven't heard from the public. Let me take it to the public. Stephanie Benenato, you have 2 minutes, young lady.
Thank you very much. I will try to be very brief. I don't think that it matters whether a portal is been built in front of the primary facades. I believe those are 26 and 27. There was a house recently that came in front of you with a portal that you designated as primary, even with the portal there that was not historic. So you would just exempt that portal. I think 28 should be included. And I think the two, guess they're east facades. I think they're 33 and 20. Oh gosh, could you put the facade numbers back up, please? It's really hard to talk about it without being able to see it. Yeah, so I would say 26, 27, 28, 29, and 34 at a minimum, and possibly 33 should all be included as primary because they are the part of the historic home. It doesn't matter, and really this is pretty common or traditional rules. That doesn't matter if it's publicly visible. It doesn't matter if a portal has been put up in front of it. It's whether they're there and whether they're intact. In terms of the chapel, I can see that the massing is the same, etc. I do believe there's been some changes. I have, I guess, a less of a connection or less of a feeling about that chapel than I do about the main house. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Stephanie is the only one from the public that commented. So I think we've discussed this to the point where I hope we are understanding the application. And I will entertain a motion. And remember, if in your motion, please indicate if it's, it's the main house and we have a chapel and we have a guest house. So I will entertain a motion. Who is ready to make that? Member Guida.
Thank you, Chair Rios. In case 2020-003-378, 855 El Caminito, I would move that the board designate facades 28 and 29 as primary and none others.
Member Benvenue.
Thank you. I second.
And is there anything further to add to this? It appears not. We will take a roll call vote.
Yes, Member Beachside,
No.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz.
No.
Okay, it is a tie vote, Madam Chair.
And I'm in the no column, and I will entertain another motion. Member Katz.
Yes, in this case, I would move to identify facades number 26, 27, 28, 29, 34 as primary.
Is there a second?
Beachside will second. But I'm wondering if we might have some discussion on 16. Because there are enough original elements on that facade that I do think it's worthy of preservation. The windows and doors and massing. Obviously, there's some non-original components that could be excluded.
Discussion?
My problem with that is that it was so changed from what it was in 1991 that I just don't think, I mean, there, you can tell sort of the door and the two windows, but I think it's lost, the entire facade has really lost what it was. And so I do not accept that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you, Member Katz. Member Benvenue, did you have something?
No, sorry.
Okay.
Apologize.
So I think we're ready to take a vote. Melissa?
Okay, Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
No.
Member Guida,
No.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Chair Rios.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. And thank you, participants.
Thank you.
We will go on to the next case, which is located at 618 Garcia Street. This is 2021-003382. And this is Angela's case. I don't know if Angela's here or if Nicole's going to do this.
Add 34 now.
This will
I will
be
be doing it.
Angela, yep.
And so let me just.
Angela is there. Hi, Angela.
Hi.
Sorry, I hadn't seen
I've
you.
been here listening in.
Okay, sorry. Go right ahead.
Okay. So share screen. Okay. That's visible to everyone?
Yes. I hope so.
This is case 2020-003382, excuse me, 2021. (618B) Garcia is a Spanish Pueblo style building contributing to the downtown and east side historic district. According to the owner and the site plan showing its construction sequence, the owner's grandfather built the house and 6 generations of the Garcias have lived here. The current owner resides in the house with his family. Its original 1,421 square feet portion dates to the 1920s. A 1950s change added 208 square feet onto the south elevation of the original house. The 1960s remodel added 330 square feet onto the original house's east elevation. That's this here. Since 1995, significant changes have been made to all elevations that include replacing historic windows with aluminum clad windows, shifting the front entry door from the west side of the north elevation to its center, closing up of a door opening, that same door, altering window and door openings, yard wall renovation, and a wheelchair ramp was added to the front of the house on its north elevation in 1994. The applicants provided a detailed letter of the property's history, along with supporting documents and images that show its evolution. The applicant requests a downgrade to the building's historic status from contributing to non-contributing. This is the front of the house. Everything circled indicates changes. In this case, the front door in the center used to be where the small circle around a window is. And then the window circled on the east elevation has been replaced since the 1990s. Similar to this is the west facade, and pardon the grainy nature of these photographs. There's been alterations to both of these openings. And then this is the second plane of the north elevation. So it's a north facade, and the windows have been replaced. And this is a closer up version of the type of windows that have replaced historic windows. This is the yard wall on the northwest of the house. Excuse me, yeah, the west side of the house. The house is approached from Garcia. It's like a pork chop shaped compound, if you will. And this is further back on the property. It is not publicly visible. And that's your orientation. So the front of the house is, so where's my cursor? Right here. And this was added. That's my next case. Per section 14-5.2C2a, regulation of significant and contributing structures in the historic districts, staff recommends downgrading the building's historic status from contributing to non-contributing due to multiple and substantial alterations that have eroded its overall historic integrity. Those changes have resulted in the removal of historic material, room additions, relocation of doors and windows, the addition of a tall yard wall on its northwest elevation, and the wheelchair ramp on its front facade. And that completes my report.
Thank you, Angela. Angela, is there any indication of the historic footprint on this house? Is it left or is it non-existent?
Chair Rios, members of the board, there is on this diagram, the blue line is the original footprint from the 1920s. of the house. This being the north end front of the house.
So some of the historic footprint remains, is what I'm
Excuse me.
seeing.
Yes. Oh, yes. This remains.
But you feel that there were a lot of changes to the openings?
Yes, Chair Rios. That and mostly those changes, window and door changes and replacement of historic material.
Okay, let me see if other board members have questions for you at this time. It appears that Member Benvenu does.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Angela, were any of the changes that you're referring to approved by the board or the city?
Member Bienvenu, there does not appear to be records for any permits for any of this work done.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands, so let's swear in Mr. John Padilla.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
John Padilla, P.O. Box 22986, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thank you.
Good evening, John. Long time no see. Nice to see you.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Tell us what your position is on this house.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair and members of the board, to present to you this evening. I have with me this evening Manuel Garcia, the owner of the 618B Garcia Street. He will also be speaking tonight after my quick presentation to you to give you some history. Angela, if I might be able to grab control of the screen.
Mr. Padilla, you can go ahead and share your screen. You should be able to take it over.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, I got you. I got it. Thank you so much.
Great.
So, Madam Chair, members of the board, you should see my screen now, correct?
Yes.
All right. So as Angela stated, and Angela, members of the board, I want to thank Angela and Nicole for the time they spent helping us prepare this case, the effort that went into planning and getting everything together for this. In COVID times right now, it is very challenging, and them being able to accommodate my schedule, our schedule, their schedule to get this to the point where we're at today. I'm grateful for that, and I'm sure Mr. Garcia will express that same feeling. So thank you so much to staff. So what you're seeing right now is the original 1937 survey. You see, as was mentioned, the pork chop shape site with the historic footprint of the house in 1937. This is the 2010 survey, or the lot split, where the lot was actually split. The 618B starts at Garcia Street. I'm going to zoom in just a bit. It's a little easier to see this. 618 Garcia Street B starts right here, goes in, comes around, and goes to here. There was a lot split that split off 618 and a half right here, so that it goes up and around, and this is the 618B lot and the 618B residence. So the leg of the pork chop is the narrow access point in and through the site to 618 and a half. The 620 Garcia faces the street. 618A is accessed through the access and utility easement, and it also creates a driveway that allows the resident in 618B to access his house through the Garcia 618B's property through right here. This is his driveway, and as you can see, the majority of this wall is on 618B's property, with a small portion of it into 618A. Again, the access allows through here for parking in the common area, also to give access to 618.5. Just so I know that in COVID, in periods of COVID now, site visits aren't allowed or don't happen. So I wanted the board to be able to see exactly how this site is seen off of Garcia and accessed off of Garcia. I'm standing in the middle of Garcia Street. Wasn't very busy that day, so it was easy to take the photographs. This is from right here to right here is the property line, the eastmost property line of 618B. It goes in through here. It crosses right behind this stone wall, and it goes back into this area. So this is the access point for 618B. Again, coming up the driveway into the property, this is the property owned by 618B, which allows access to this driveway here for 618A. All this material you see along the north property line of Manuel Garcia's property, 618B, is not his. It is the neighbor that resides at 618A. As we move forward, this is the parking area that showed up in the survey, sign posted there. This is the first time coming down the driveway that you actually have a glimpse of 618B, the front facade, the parking area. This is 618A. Mr. Garcia's property comes into around here and then goes back along this line here. The property line is right at this point here and goes back. 618B, 618A. Excuse me. That's looking back at 618A. Looking down this is the first time that you're actually in the property where you can actually fully see 618B front facade, north facades, and then also viewing to the east of his property line. Mr. Garcia's property line follows right along about 5 feet off, 3 feet here, 5 feet here off of 618A. The one thing I want to mention also is let me go back one more. There's a number of items that are on the property, as in the driveway, that are not part of Mr. Garcia's improvements. This small fenced-in garden here, these chairs that you see out here, and other items that are on the site are actually placed there by 618A. 618A to the east. Again, 618A to the east. There's the property line about right there. These are the neighbors' chairs. This is the facade that Angela showed in her staff report. This is the east elevation of the 1960 addition that has materials that are from the neighbor's house 618A. This is looking back now towards Garcia Street. Mr. Garcia's property runs right along this line here and then back here. This is his access point that gives parking area, driveway access for Unit A, and then back to 618.5. This is the 1995 appraisal photo, original door, original windows. Again, the east and north facade of the 1960 addition, original windows in there. I want to make it clear that Mr. Garcia acquired the property in 2007. So all this work that we are seeing done to the house, the improvements, this is the back wall, this is the yard wall to the west. All the improvements that we see in the staff report and what we presented this evening were done prior to Manuel Garcia acquiring the property for his residence. Looking back to the conversation you had earlier this evening in reference to the historic designation of the garage and the pitched roof, I want to make it clear that there is a pitch roof here. You see it in this elevation here. It was a pitch roof that went up and drained east and west. This parapet, along with the east parapet, were added in the 1970s, the mid-1970s. So the parapet that's along this side here on the historic footprint, the parapet on the historic footprint was added in the 1970s, the mid-70s. Again, you see how low the canale is here is because there's a pitched roof going to the center of the historic footprint. There's signs of the parapet and the pitched roof that was added to the historic, that was added, if I might, that was added to the historic flat roof original structure. So as Angela had mentioned earlier, the original house is right here. That's the original footprint. Madam Chair, you asked if the footprint is visible. It is. However, it's been significantly changed over the years because the pitched roof would have been pitched in the center here with a single slope going there and a slope going east and west. The pitched roof was added to what was a flat roof, was added here. This is the 1950s edition. This is the 1960s edition. The elevations of the house are pretty straightforward. You see the flat pitched roof here with the parapet there. You see that this is the east elevation. You see the parapet there where the pitched roof eave line would have been at the bottom of the canale. So here's just a repeat of the, Madam Chair, I don't know if this helps you better in seeing what the original footprint was. This was all flat roof, pitched roof, now parapets all around this side here to right here, with this being flat, being a pitch that still remains. So with that, I wanted to express the fact that, as Angela mentioned, there have been significant changes made to historic openings, both in the original 1920s footprint, the 1950s footprint, and the 1960s footprint. Changes to existing openings, fenestrations, existing closed, new openings made, etc. Significant in and Mr. Garcia can clarify this. I thought this ramp was installed in 1986. Mr. Garcia can clear that or clarify that when he presents his testimony. With that, Madam Chair, that's all I have. I can stand for questions. I know Mr. Garcia would like to present his portion this evening.
Yeah, thank you, John. Let's hear from Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, you will need to get sworn in by Melissa, and she will do that now.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Manuel Garcia, 618B Garcia Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. You have the floor and you can talk to us about this property.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, board members. Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Nicole. I really appreciate this time that you have given me this evening to present this to the board. I want to start off with a little short story about who my family is and the reasons why I want to keep this house within our family, but most importantly, keep the characteristics in the way my grandfather created it. In the early 1800s, a young boy by the name of Jose Antonio was captured and abducted by a native tribe in southern New Mexico. Jose Antonio grew up not knowing who his parents were, what his last name was, and where he came from. Jose Antonio was in essence a slave to this tribe. As he grew older, he took a liking to horses and started caring for the horses on the reservation, and this became his job. He knew which was the best horse, the chief's horse, of course, who the number 2 horse was, and the 3 horse was. He learned his story from some of the females in the tribe that helped raise him. They relayed to him that he had been abducted and that he was not of native descent. In the 1840s, he was about the age of 16, maybe 17. He and 2 other boys that had been abducted as well decided to run away and escape. They decided to steal the 3 best horses and ride at night. The reason they decided to ride at night was so they could not be tracked due to the dust in the air. After a few days, they arrived in Santa Fe. Upon their arrival here in Santa Fe, they came across a horse ranch on what is now the corner of Garcia Street and Acequia Madre. Some of you recall this location as Tito's grocery store, and I'm sure all of you know this as Garcia Street Books and/or the downtown subscription. The family residence was where what is now the Nidra Matucci Gallery, Fan Gallery. They decided to stop and see if anyone could help them in giving the horses some food, water, and a much needed rest before they continued their journey to freedom. Yes, of course, the Garcia family gave them all food and a bed. After a couple of days of being on the horse ranch, Jose Antonio was offered a job and decided to accept this job and not continue with his friends who ultimately ended up in Antonito, Colorado. After all, he had a love for horses and was far enough away from the reservation that he felt he was now free. At the ranch, there was a beautiful young lady that was around the same age of Jose Antonio. She was the daughter of Don Jose Rafael Garcia de Noriega and Maria Francisca Sena, whom were the owners of the farm. They obtained this land on Garcia Street through a land grant. The young lady's name was Francesquita Garcia. The two fell in love and married. Since Jose Antonio did not know his surname, he took her name and became Don Jose Antonio Garcia. As my cousin Raymond Herrera, who is here with me this evening, stated in the 2009 spring issue of La Herencia, Francesquita was the matriarch of the Garcia family, and what I believe myself, the matriarch of Garcia Street. She truly was. Together, they had 11 children, including my great-grandfather, Faustin Garcia. Mi abuelo Faustin married mi abuela Aniceta and built a home at 608 Garcia Street. This is the home directly north of my property line. Together, they had 9 children, including mi abuelo Bernardino, who married mi abuela Felicitas in 1917. Mi abuelo Bernardino started to build the home I now own in 1918. My home was passed down to my father, Alfredo Garcia, whom I acquired the home from in 2007. I'm not asking for a status downgrade because I want to alter the integrity of Garcia Street and/or the historic district. I am purely requesting this downgrade as I feel my home has been altered many times, including the front facade with the handicap ramp that was built around 1985, 86. My grandmother broke her leg in 1984, And a year, 18 months later, we found out that it would never heal and she needed to have access to her home. So my uncles in turn built her a handicap ramp one weekend. Because of these alterations and additions prior to me obtaining ownership, I do not feel this fits in the category of contributing. If and when I ever decide to remodel, I will always keep the characteristics required by the historic code, as I feel this is not just historic to our city, but it's also the legacy within my family values, and what has been taught to me throughout my years of being alive. So if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to explain any of the dates and so forth as I know them.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia, and thank you for the story on your ancestors. Let me see what board members, if they have any questions at this time. I don't see any hands up. Any questions or comments, board members? I don't see any, so I'm going to go to the public at this time. Anyone from the public wishing to comment? I see that there are two people, and I'm going to go with Stephanie Benenato because she's already been sworn in. Stephanie?
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, it was a really wonderful history. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. However, it is a historic house. The additions were done before 1960s. And the only, I mean, maybe you can explain this a little better, but the only openings that I see substantially changed were the ones on the north side, that is the door being moved and then the door becoming a window. But on the other openings, it seems that the window material was replaced, but that the openings were not necessarily changed. And if that's the case, then I think those facades should be considered whether they're primary or not, because as has been stated pretty clearly, the house itself is a historic footprint, even though it's 1920s, 1950s, 1960s. So I think a little more clarification on that would be helpful to the board in making this type of decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have another person that needs to get sworn in, and her name is Catherine Saylor. Is
Yes,
that correct?
that's correct.
And
Okay.
if you can swear her in, Melissa?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Catherine Saylor, 634 Garcia Street, number 8, Santa
Thank you.
Fe.
Thanks.
Good evening, Ms. Saylor, and you have the floor. What do you want to tell us?
Thank you. What I would like to make 2 points basically about Manuel's request. The first is I should give you some background. My brother and I own 3 houses. They're all about 400 square feet against the west side of the large Garcia compound. I'm in the Webster compound. Ann Webster, back in 1920, bought this plot of land, and she basically hired the Garcias to build these tiny little art studios, basically, back then. So that has come down. We bought 9 and 8 from Betty Stewart, and we bought 10 from Aurelia Tossini back in the 80s. We've owned property against the Garcias for 40 years, some of it a little less than that. I think that I'm absolutely in favor of allowing Manuel and Kim to downgrade that facade of their house. And I have for one thing, it's not visible. And I have watched generations of the Garcias as they have modified their property as they needed to. They had many family members on the property. Kids came along and they added bedrooms and and grandmother broke her foot and various things have happened. And I have been probably the only one watching that for 40 years, mostly probably by snooping a little bit, by peeking over my patio window to see what was going on, basically on that property. It's always been a very lively property. Family members are always doing various things there. And so I am the one that I'd say I'm absolutely in favor of allowing Manuel to do what he needs to do to that property. Mostly it's about trying to prevent this massive amount of snow and these slippery steps as he comes out of the front door. When he and his wife got this property in 2007, they just immediately improved it. I could see over the patio and I could see those improvements. They were all done tastefully and historically, and I trust that that will continue. As to Chair Rios, your question about the footprint of the original 1920s, probably Manuel's grandfather and uncles built my house, which was also built in 1920. And I have been in many of the different little casitas in the Webster compound and have seen little touches that were probably from the Garcias. Sadly, when I've been invited into the Garcia house, I can't see it from the street, but I've been invited in there as a guest. That 1920s area that we're talking about, I was kind of looking around to see the same little touches, the odd windows, which incidentally cost a whole lot to replace because they're not a normal size, and all these little things, those are gone. And Manuel and Kim did not, they were gone a long time ago, probably back in the 50s and 60s, I don't know. But I did not see anything in that original 1920s that made me feel like, oh yeah, that's just like my house. It was basically walls substantially altered. And I just think that I do support trying to keep a historic look, but I think this has just been changed for so many times that let this family live. Don't just make them stay in one, locked in right where it is now. They've been changing this property for years.
Thank you for your testimony, and your 2 minutes are up. And let me see if we only have 2 people from the public wishing to comment, and let me see what board members, if they have anything, any questions to ask or anything to say. Any questions or anything, board members? Member Beachside.
I'm ready to make a motion if that's acceptable.
Yes, I think that's, we're ready to hear the motion.
First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Garcia for sharing his family's history with us. That really goes to my point in making this motion, that when a vernacular property remains in the family for generations, as this one has, I think we have every reason to understand that its vernacular development will continue to be best preserved by the family itself. You've been great stewards of the property so far, and we have every reason to think that you will do so in the future. So thank you for that, and thank you for sharing your story. In case 2021 003382 HDRB at 618 Garcia Street, I move to downgrade the status of the property to non-contributing.
Is there a second?
Guida seconds.
Guida seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, and thank you, John, and thank you, Mr. Garcia. I do always have to say this, that it doesn't happen very often, but I'm delighted that longtime Santa fans are staying, once in a blue moon that we see this, that they're staying in their family homes. And I hope that you do plan on staying there and pass it on to the next generation.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will move on to the next case.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, John. P.S. John is a former H board member, by the way.
Madam Chair, I just want to confirm before we move on to the next case that our applicants here, because I don't see for sure anyone from Architectural Alliance. Oh, perhaps someone has raised their hand. That might be. Thank you. I'm going to promote this person with their hand raised on the theory that that's
okay.
Eric Enfield or designee.
Okay. So we can go forward with this case. It's located at 1290 Lejano Lane, and the case number is 2021-003369. This is also Angela's case. So Angela, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I need to share my screen again.
Okay.
Let's see. Is that visible for everybody?
It is.
Okay. For this case, 1290 Lejano Lane in the downtown and Eastside Historic District, 4,444 square foot single-story residence built in the 1990s, listed as non-contributing to the downtown and Eastside Historic District. It is Spanish Pueblo style with Spanish Mediterranean accents such as sloped red tile roofing overhangs. The house faces Lejano Lane. The applicant proposes to add a 276 square foot pool with a 3 feet wide continuous ancient stone concrete coping and deck. Add a 570 square foot retractable enclosure for the pool that is approximately 20 feet by 20 feet wide, 28 feet long. The enclosure will be made of aluminum and glass. The overall height of the new enclosure will be approximately 7 feet 7 inches tall and have 4 retractable sections. The height is below the maximum allowable height for this streetscape. Add a 32 square foot freestanding mechanical structure at the pool's south end. The proposed pool and equipment outbuilding will be located behind the main house and garage to the southwest. The site is not publicly visible. The outbuilding will be 4 feet by 8 feet and have a sloped tile roof measuring 10 feet 4 inches at the top of its pitch. The structure will have an arched lighted nicho on its east elevation with inset tile. Its south elevation will have 2 3 feet wide by 6 feet 8 inch tall rusted metal doors. The applicant can provide details about the tile. The equipment outbuilding will be stuccoed El Rey suede to match the main house. The new roof tile will match the tile roof on the main house entry. Pool deck and coping will be antique biblical stone by ancient surfaces. The retractable pool enclosure aluminum supports will have a bronze finish. Existing coyote fencing along the west, south, and east property lines will remain. This is a proposed pool. That's looking at it from looking to the north. Looking west. And that's looking east towards the main house. And these are the story poles for marking the proposed structures. We include the pool enclosure and the outbuilding. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2D general design standards for all H districts and 14-5.2E for the downtown and east side historic district standards. And with that, I conclude my report and stamp a question.
Well, thank you, Angela. Angela, would you agree that the retractable structure resembles a greenhouse? To a degree?
Chair Rios, members of the board, it's like that. I think those are probably similar structures for similar functions.
And what did you say the public visibility of that is?
There is none, no public visibility.
No public visibility.
No.
And is this, I guess I should ask the owner if they're really planning on, I guess that's going to be up for a certain, when it gets colder and off when it's warmer. I'm going to guess. Did they discuss that with you?
No, the applicant can respond to that.
Okay. Any other questions for Angela at this time, members of the board? I don't, oh yes, Member Beachside.
Thank you. Just 2 questions. How tall is the coyote fencing that exists on the property now?
Member Beachside, I believe that it's 6 feet with irregular tops, probably taller in some places. But
Thank
the
you.
applicant could confirm that. verify.
Sure. And then the new storage building, is that considered to have a pitched roof? And does that need to be evaluated under the pitched roof rules of the code?
Member Beachside, Chair, excuse me, members of the board, it does have a slight pitch, and it's arguable whether it needs to adhere to the standard of having 50% or more pitches in that streetscape for the allowance of another pitch. In my view and opinion, because of the style of it with the red clay tile that is more of an accent feature versus a real roof type.
Anything else, Jennifer?
No, thank you.
Okay, let's get the applicant sworn in.
Okay, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, it's Eric Infield, 612 Old Santa Fe Trail.
Thank you.
Well, hello, Eric.
Long time no see you all. How are you doing today?
We're doing good. Eric, tell us about this project.
All right. We had the site plan that was shown earlier was not exactly accurate, because what we did was we deleted one of the buildings, and that showed 2 buildings on it. So the one that remains is the one on the west side. This is looking at it from the courtyard side, not from the house side. And it's an area that exists right now with some existing stacked stone walls. I don't know, I think everyone knows Catherine Clemens on the board. This was her house. So it's got beautiful landscaping, stone walls. It's really a nice house. Let me tell you the particulars of my client's situation. This pool is, and I know you're gonna think this crazy, but you won't when I tell you it is a therapeutic pool. And what that dome, that cover serves is the requirement for the city to have a cover over the pool to reduce water loss, which is a requirement. The difference being with this pool, it also allows them to use it year round. And that's the purpose, because both of them, as I said, it's a therapeutic pool. My client's wife is missing 3 discs in her spine, and her husband had broke his pelvis. And they both do aquatic therapy with physical therapists, and that's why they're creating this pool, is to help them. They used the tile, the clay tile, because it'd been used on the house before, and I'm sure the board had approved the house. It has sloped tile roofs also, by the way, and I think that was shown on the screen. The front entry is covered with a sloped tile roof. We're not disturbing this beautiful plaza that you see there. That's why we put the pool in that area that was unplanted. I do think that this cover that we've put over the pool will allow my clients to use it year round, and that's the purpose of the cover. It's much more unobtrusive than a full-blown indoor pool structure because it's not visible. And I think that if it was a full-blown structure, it'd be at least the height of that mechanical room. And you know, those fences vary from 6 to 8 feet high around the property, so they vary quite a bit. Member Beachild. And you can see that we've got a little Tuscan thing going on because the house has got a Tuscan feel to it with arches and French doors coming out onto these decks and patios. You can see that we're utilizing the existing stacked stone walls all the way around it except one side where we had to cut back into the step stone wall where it says new stacked wall on the image that's showing right now. This actually, there's one other thing about this retractable enclosure. They're not going to go with bronze unless the board would prefer bronze. They were going to go with just the aluminum frame, not with a bronze frame on it. They didn't want to accentuate it. They don't really, it's not the most beautiful thing in your garden, but it allows them to use the pool year round. And that's the purpose. And it also satisfies the city requirement to have a cover on the pool and have it covered when not in use. So they kind of tried to kill two birds with one stone. I must admit, I'd never seen this before. So as you guys are looking at it also, I'm also seeing it. I'm expecting you're going to see more of these. Certainly the cost for this is much less than a full-blown structure around it. And if we did do a full-blown structure, I believe, what was the allowable height at this house? Was it 17? I can't remember. Anyway, I think you're going to find that these are going to come in front of the board. So, in a way, it's a test case on this enclosure, but in another way, it keeps us from building a structure that would be much taller.
Thank you, Eric. Eric, do you agree that this structure that is going over the swimming pool is not publicly visible?
It's only 7'7" high. So no, it's not publicly visible because there's a yard adjacent to it and another house between it and why can't I say the word Gonzalez Road? That's because I think the last time when Mr. Garcia was talking, I remember Marty and Channy used to live in that neighborhood. Do you remember them, Chair? Marty and Channy.
Oh.
Do you remember Marty and Channy that lived on Garcia Street?
I don't know that I do. But
they were both my tormentors and my friends. So it was, I was in that neighborhood because I rented from Mauricio Alire, had a little adobe house that I lived in back there. Do you remember him?
I do.
Anyway, I got a little sentimental too, but other questions about this job?
Okay, let me see I don't see any hands up from board members. Any questions, board members? None at this time, so I'm going to turn it over to the public. Anybody from the public wishing to comment? Stephanie Beninato.
I just wonder why it is that this pool requires a covering and the other one I'm sorry, it's not coming to me. The one by where Tito's Market is Arroyo Tenorio. Why the one at Arroyo Tenorio did not require or does not require a cover. I thought that was also a very recent pool. And I thought that the city required fencing, but not necessarily covering. And if that's to prevent water loss, well, that's good. But yes, I think it's going to be challenging in the historic district. I understand that this is not visible. So I suppose that you will approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not recall a pool on Arroyo Tenorio. I think there was a greenhouse, but I do not recall a pool being there.
No, there was a pool as well. They didn't come in for a permit on it. The pool already existed, but that was one of the reasons they couldn't put the greenhouse further away from the street was because the pool was there.
Well, I would imagine that if a lot of people have pools that have existed in Santa Fe, that I bet you they don't have coverings such as this. But anyway, board members, do you have any questions or comments in reference to this case? If not, I will entertain a motion. Board members, I am addressing you. I didn't hear any questions from board members, so Okay, Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the silence you're hearing from us is sort of the concern about that kind of a pool covering. I suspect other pools that are in Santa Fe are required to have a cover, but that's the normal type of cover that goes right over the water that you roll up and roll back, not a structure. But I do agree that this is sensitively done, that it's set down in there, that it's not publicly visible, and therefore in case 2021-003369, I would move to approve the application as submitted.
Is there a second to this motion? Please identify yourself. Member Benvenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I adopt the preamble and second the motion.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you all very much.
And thank you, Eric.
And I'll see you a little bit later for a much larger job.
All righty.
Talk then. Thank you.
All righty. The next case is located at 911 Camino San Javier, and it's case number 2021-003374. And this is Daniel's case. Daniel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm gonna share my screen. Oh, yeah. It always goes back over. Close your eyes, everybody. Always goes back to the beginning, and then I have to scroll the way all the way through. Okay. You can open your eyes. 911 Camino Santander is a non-historic single-family residential structure in the downtown and East Side Historic District. Camino Santander is a private road from this point here. There's a gate here, and this is all private. As far as I know, there's no public visibility, not that that plays much of a role in the project. This is the site plan. This is the road, the private road. Here's an existing house and a garage, and proposed is a new freestanding structure. Here is the view from the private road. This is the house, garage, and the building will be back here. The applicant proposes to construct a freestanding 924 square foot guest house to the north of the existing house. The structure will be constructed from to the maximum allowable height of 14 feet 0 inches. It will have a flat roof with parapet and stucco walls colored buckskin. Windows will be bronze clad Marvin windows with divided lights. Here again is the site. Again, this is all with no public visibility. It's a non-historic structure. The original, this is the proposal. There's a little trellis on the side here. It's built on a hillside, so that the front is higher, is up to the maximum. That's why they need the maximum. And here it's considerably firmed into the hill. This is the view with the shade structure here and the windows. A steel trellis in natural blackened finish will be constructed on the south facade. Exterior lighting will be half round southwestern clay sconces, which look like this. And that's a visualization of how the building will lie on the land. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2D and E, the design standards.
Thank you, Daniel. Daniel, can you show us the colored rendition of the proposal?
The colored rendition.
Yeah, the one, yes. There's one in the packet. I saw it. Because it's got very rigid edges, and was going to ask you
Let me call up the, Nicole, do you have that quicker than I do? Otherwise, I will, let's see here.
So Daniel, in the meantime, do you know if the house itself has the existing house has rigid edges? And is that what the applicant is proposing on the guest house?
You mean these fairly sharp? They're a little bit rounded. They're a little bit sharper than the traditional Spanish Pueblo style, but they're not totally sharp either. They're a little bit tapered here at the corners and rounded along the edges. So
Right.
there are definitely sharper, more modern proposals that have come before the board.
Let's see. Maybe we'll
I
find.
wasn't sharing my screen.
Mhm.
Or-
There you go. That's it. So is the glass that is shown here, is that non-operable? Is that just glass windows?
I do not know.
I could ask the applicant, but would you? leave
Applicant.
it on
Again,
that?
this is a totally non-publicly visible location. And a non-historic site, non-historic building.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if other board members have any questions. It appears not. And who is the applicant, and will he or she get sworn in?
Mark Necton.
Okay, Melissa, would you swear in Mr.
Yes.
Ness?
Yes, I sure will. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Mark Mactin, 1305 Lujan Street, 87505 Santa Fe.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Natkin, what do you have to tell us about this project that Daniel's started?
It's really just quite a straightforward building. Your question about that piece of glass is that those are actually 3 doors in that rendering that you're looking at right now.
There are doors, is that what you said?
Yes, those are 3 doors.
Okay.
And otherwise, that it's very self-explanatory. There's not a whole lot of detail on the house or a lot of fussiness to present. And it's designed to kind of blend in with the house that's already there. So the stucco is going to match. I really can't really say a whole lot except that, like Daniel already told you, it's really not publicly visible for anybody. It's buried back there.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for that colored rendition. It really did help me anyway. Let me see if anyone from the public has any comments in reference to this project. Anybody from the public wishing to comment? It appears not. I'll take it back to the board. Member Guida,
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
please do.
In case 2020-003-374-HDRB, 911 Camino Santander, I move that the board approve the project as submitted per staff's recommendation.
And do I hear a second?
Beachside seconds.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you. And thank
you.
Nathan.
We'll see you later. I'm at the
All
last.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, the next case listed on the agenda is at 310 Magdalena, and that's been postponed to April the 27th. So we will go to case 2021-003380, located at 806 Don Gaspar. And that is Daniel's case. Daniel?
And Madam Chair, I again just want to confirm that our applicant's here.
Actually, Chair Rios and members of the board, the applicant just emailed and said that he needs to postpone to April 27th. So he was requesting a postponement to April 27th for a date certain. His daughter just woke up and he won't be able to.
Oh,
He's
okay.
the only one.
He doesn't
Then-
want to do it later at the end of the program, Nicole?
No, he does not. He'd like to
Okay.
postpone.
Can we hear a motion to postpone this case to April 27th? Member Benvenue?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to postpone to that date, provided that there aren't too many items already on that agenda.
Is there a second?
Wait a second.
And Guida seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have 4 cases remaining. The next one is located at 213 Barella Street. It's 2021-003373, and that is also Daniel's case. Daniel, may we hear your report, please?
I apologize. I should know this. Lightfoot, is that Scott Cherry? Okay, thanks, Scott. Ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just realized that usually I print out my reports and I didn't print out this one. So I'm gonna try to read it from the screen.
And can Nicole help us with any?
Nicole, or maybe, Nicole, would you like to read the report and I can do the slideshow? I'm sorry. Otherwise I can do I can just have to arrange my screen a little bit.
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, just give me one moment and let me get out of all the million windows. 213 Barella. Okay, 213 Barella. 213 Barella Street is a residential structure with contributing status to the West Side Guadalupe Historic District in a simplified Spanish Pueblo Revival style. The structure was probably built in before 1948, originally in an L shape with the southeast corner added to create a rectangular footprint. The left portion of facade 1 and all of facade 2 were designated primary. This happened just a couple of months ago or a few months ago. A window assessment was prepared to determine whether the historic windows on the primary facades could be repaired. The front facade faces west. It has an approximately centered front door and historic, deeply inset wood windows on either side. The south facade is publicly visible. The front portion comprises the original footprint, while the rear shows a parapet height change and inflection where the addition was constructed. There are 2 historic windows and a canale on the facade. The north facade is publicly visible. It has 3 windows, the outer ones being historic wood windows, the center one being an original with a plexiglass sheet placed over it. The east facade, which is 4, is not publicly visible. It faces the rear and has the same layout as the front facade with 2 deeply inset wood windows and a centered door. The applicant proposes the following. 1, to replace windows 1 through 8 with simulated divided light windows with identical light patterns as the original. They will be clad in the color evergreen. This item requires an exception to replace windows 1 through 8, which are both rated by the expert to be in poor condition and unfit to be repaired. Replace the glass on window 9 with insulated glass. This likewise requires an exception to replace historic glass. The glass is cracked and cannot be repaired. Restucco the house and rear shed using cementitious stucco in the color La Luz. Re-roof with a bry roof matching the existing roofing material. And then there are the exception responses. And staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds the application complies with 14-5.2D and 14-5.2I. That should be a correction, not 14-5.2D. Sorry.
Thanks, Nicole. So just to recap, so there are, I there are 9 windows, and I think 8 are being replaced. The primary facade here has 2 windows. They both need to be replaced, and therefore there's an exception requested to replace these 2 windows and to request and to
I'm
replace.
sorry, are we meant to be looking at something?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me share my slides.
Thanks, Member Guida.
All right. Okay.
Okay, there we go.
So, so this is the structure. I'm sorry about that. So this is the structure. This front facade and this portion are primary. This is the front facade with the primary facade with 2 windows that that have been are requested to be replaced. They're both historic, of different vintage, but in poor condition. This is the south facade. This is the primary portion. Here you can see the inflection where the addition was constructed. So this window also is seeing a request for an exception for the replacement of the historic windows. Other windows are also historic, but may be replaced without requesting an exception. And these photos show the windows, the primary facade windows that will be replaced. This is one on the south facade, and these are the 2 historic windows on the west facade.
So are you done?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so Daniel, on that west facade, you have the window on the right-hand side that appears to be like a picture window.
Mhm.
Is that what the applicant is proposing to replace it with?
They once again caught me off guard.
Okay,
No, I believe
on
it's
the-
changing.
on the west facade,
That's the west facade, yeah.
Yeah. Is the applicant proposing to replace these windows in kind?
I'm just gonna check my proposed plan, but I believe it's changing to,
Madam Chair, the applicant is prepared to speak as well.
Scott Cherry will be able to answer that.
Okay, and another question, did you agree with all the responses for the exceptions? There's 2 different.
Yes, I trust Mr. Cherry is an expert on windows, and he has made a very thorough evaluation of the windows and come to the conclusion that they need to be replaced.
Okay, thank you. Melissa, would you go ahead and get Mr. Cherry sworn in, please?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Scott Cherry, and my address is 2351 Fox Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87506.
Thank you.
And hi, I have a question first of Daniel. Is that west facade primary?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Scott, the windows on this facade, that's the front facade, are you proposing to replace them in kind?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to make one correction on this west facade that is up. We're not proposing to replace the picture window to the right of the door. That we're proposing to replace the other windows, but yes, we are proposing to replace the windows in kind, in shape and configuration. The only difference is we're proposing a clad window,
Okay, as opposed to a wood window.
a wood exterior window. It's an aluminum clad wood window. So
Right.
it is a wood window, but the exterior is clad, correct?
Okay. Did you have anything further to add, or you want me to see if board members have questions for you?
Sorry, can I add one thing?
Oh, you sure,
So,
Dan?
This is window 9, and the proposal is to replace the glass, not the frame. just the glass with an insulated glass.
Which, because it's cracked, yeah, so we wouldn't replace the frame. That would remain. That frame is in fine condition, and I would assume that the replacement of the glass there would be in repairs and maintenance, and not so much in the it would be classified as repairs and maintenance, and not so much as replacing the windows, because replacing that window, because we're gonna leave the frame and just
Right.
replace the cracked glass.
Thank you. Let me see if board members have any questions for you, Mr. Cherry, because I don't see any hands up. So I will go to the public. Anybody from the public wishing to comment? We have Stephanie Benato. Stephanie, been
Stephanie
sworn in. Go ahead and comment.
Yeah, I just got unmuted. Took a couple of seconds. I don't know if Mr. Cherry got sworn in or not, but I was happy to see that he says the plate glass window is a good window, because it really just looks like it needs a little paint. And I'm wondering about the one on the south side too, because that too looked more like it just needed paint rather than that it was damaged to the extent that it needed to be replaced. I do appreciate that all will be replaced in kind. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you comment on that, Mr. Cherry, on the south side window that we have on the?
Yeah, absolutely. This comes up quite often. So the condition of the windows, and I put this in the window report, there are two conditions that really prevent me from rebuilding a window. One is decay and rot, and the other is warpage. Most of these windows are severely warped. The sash wood is warped to the extent where it wouldn't be straightenable, and enough of the percentage of the entire window is warped to where I couldn't just replace one muntin bar or rail or stile on the window. The entire unit has to be replaced. So where there's not decay that would warrant replacement, there's warpage.
Thank you for your explanation. And we have member Benvenue that has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just prepared to, I don't have a question, but I'm prepared to make a motion when
Whoa.
discussion is completed.
Are moving faster than fast this evening. If nobody else has any questions or comments in reference to this project, Mr. Benvenue is willing to make a motion. And
Thank you,
read
Madam
all
Chair.
Exceptions to this.
Right. Case 2020-003373 HDRB 213 Barella Street. Based on the record presented, I move that that staff's recommendations be accepted and approved, that the proposed project be approved as submitted, and that a finding be entered that all exception criteria to replace the historic windows has been met.
And is there a second?
Guida
Second.
Guida seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. And we'll go on to the next case, which is located at 302 Center Street. And this is case 2021-003371. This is Angela's case. Angela, may we hear your report, please? Angela? I don't know if you're muted, but please unmute, Angela, or unless Nicole's going to present this.
Sorry, I just unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Now I'm gonna screen up. I made my screen. Let's see.
This is also a case that is asking for exceptions.
I want to do big screen.
We were able to see your PowerPoint, and I think that
Is that enough? Okay.
it looked fine.
All righty then. I will. Oh. Okay. This case is for 302 Senna in the Don Gaspar Historic District. 302 Senna Street is a 2,874 square feet vacant lot located in the Don Gaspar Historic District. The applicant proposes to construct a new residential structure in a bungalow style with a hipped intersecting gable pitched roof, which will be 1,153 square feet and have 228 square feet of portal on the front, north and west elevations with a shed roof. These are photos of the streetscape. The proposed height of the structure is 18 feet, 2.5 inches at the pitch, where the maximum allowable height is 15 feet, 8 inches. The applicant is requesting an exception to the height standards in 14-5.2 D9. Fewer than 50% of the properties in the applicable streetscape have a pitch, and an exception to construct a structure with a pitched roof per 14-5.2 D9 little d is before you. The pitch is proposed to be an 8/12 pitch. See the discussion regarding the requested exceptions below in the staff report. Windows and entry door will be Sierra Pacific simulated divided light wood door, casements and awnings clad in the color linen, a neutral white. To match the windows, the exterior woodwork will also be painted linen. Proposed roofing will be a 24-inch metal panel, 5V crimp panel in burnished slate color, a dark bronze. All exposed wood members, beams and posts, and fascias will be painted to match the window finish in white or linen. The applicant proposes 3 skylights, 2 skylights on its west elevation, 3 skylights on its east elevation, and 1 skylight on its south elevation. The applicant proposes a 4 feet 8 inch coyote fence with irregular height tops. The fence will be punctuated. Let's see, I want to go to the elevations that I'm speaking about. This is the proposed house with the proposed yard wall and fence. It will be punctuated by 3 16-by-16 stuccoed pilasters at the same height of 4 feet 10 inches. And 2 pilasters of the same height surrounding a wooden gate located at the center, also the same height. The maximum allowable height for fences and yard walls in this streetscape is 4 feet 10 inches. The applicant is proposing a vehicular gate of coyote fencing and also of the same height. Exterior wall finish will be cementitious stucco, bull-nosed in El Rey color adobe for both the house and the pilasters. Take you back to the colors and finishes. That's the roofing profile and color finish. That's the proposed skylight scheme. Staff finds that the proposal meets the design standards for 14-5.2H, the Don Gaspar Historic District. Staff does not find that the applicant has met all criteria for exceptions to sections 14-5.2 D9 little d regarding the pitch design, or for 14-5.2 D9 with respect to overall height of the structure in this streetscape. And with that, I conclude my report.
Thank you, Angela. Angela, would you describe that streetscape, particularly in terms of height?
Sure, Chair Rios, members of the board, with respect to building heights and also other structures such as yard walls and fences and outbuildings, the Don Gaspar Historic District is mostly characterized by single-story buildings with differing roof types, mostly flat with parapets, some pitches, and yard walls and fences, if they have them. Most used to not have them, or they have very low yard walls or fences. Currently, that's been somewhat maintained, but not consistently over the last decades. And there are taller yard walls and fences in that streetscape that exceed the maximum allowable height. So I would say that's the characteristic of that streetscape. A variety of building heights, but mostly single story.
Madam Chair, would you like to see Google Street View?
Yes, please. And in the meantime, I'm going to turn it over or ask Member Katz. He's got a question or a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just a little confused, Angela, because you said that it meets the criteria, the design criteria, but you didn't agree that the exceptions were met. And so I'm a little puzzled as to how it can meet the design criteria where it's too tall and it has a pitched roof. Shouldn't it be that it doesn't meet the design criteria?
Vice Chair Katz, thank you for asking that question. I in my review and analysis of this building, I felt that its style was compatible with this streetscape without a pitch, without exceeding the height. And so those are different standards.
Okay. I was puzzled. Thank you. That helps.
Okay, board members, any other questions?
As you were, Madam Chair, as we were walking down the street on Google Street View, it looked like is there a pitched roof house directly across the street?
There is one. Yes, let me reorient here. So you have a flat roof. You have that type of low pitch. You have a lot of accents, and there is a pitched roof. Let me find it. Just go down here and then turn around.
There's one directly across the street, Nicole.
There is?
Yeah, it's a very shallow pitch.
Yeah, it's a shallow pitch. This is the one that I was seeing, but oh, there it is. I see. Thanks. This one.
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
There you go. There you go.
Thank you. But most of the houses will obviously, that's why the applicant is asking for an exception, because most of the houses in the neighborhood are flat roofed. Correct? Angela?
Here's another pitched roof. Let me see here. But yes, fewer than 50% of the houses in the streetscape have a pitch.
Okay, any other questions, members? Not any at this time, and the applicant is Mr. Cherry again, and he's been sworn in. Mr. Cherry, what more do you have to tell us about this project?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I would say that the considerations to design it this way and ask for these exceptions were based mainly on the lot size. It's a really small lot, and we did not want to do a 2-story house. There are also setback constraints for the 2nd story that would have made that very improbable. So we tried to accommodate the needs of the client so that they would be able to get a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom house and some additional space with a loft area that will give them some room for an office space. So I felt like the height was fairly diminutive in the regard that if you look at, Angela had a slide, I provided an example, a model example that showed the plane of the height. The lower pitched roof is about 2 inches above the calculated allowable height. And so it puts a very small mass area of the higher pitched roof exceeding the allowable space. So if we were to do a parapeted flat roof house on that lot of the allowable height, I think it would be much more imposing than this design. So I think in regard to height, those were our thinking along that line in proposing, asking for an exception. Also, in regard to the pitched roof, there are pitched roofs on that street. This is lower than the highest of those pitched roofs as well. So we're not asking to go to the maximum height of the highest pitched roofs on that street either. So I felt like the pitch was reasonable to ask for and the height was fairly diminutive.
Thank you. Mr. Cherry, how far back does the house start from the property line?
I believe it's from the property line on Center Street.
Yes.
I believe it's 7 feet.
7 feet. Is that common in that area? To your neighbors on the left and the right?
I think it's those houses are varied. I think it feels fairly common to me in the sense that there are a lot of front yards on that house, or excuse me, on that street. However, it's varied.
Oh, okay.
If you can, Angela, if you can show the site plan.
So before you change it to the site plan, this house that we have here that is shown, do you know how far back that is? From the wall even?
Oh, of the wall.
Yeah, from the wall, from the sidewalk,
Sure.
just so that I
I
can.
may be
learn
able to
the
tell you
line
that.
where to
Yeah.
go to.
Just give me a moment. There's a portion of the entry of that house that protrudes out in front of the rest of the facade. I'm just looking at the survey, which shows that house. And I don't have, that's just on my monitor, so I don't have a scale of that. But it looks to be around 8 to 10 feet back from the street.
Mhm. So yours proposal will be more forward.
Yeah, I believe so. Let me get you an exact.
Yeah, and also, what is the lot coverage of the house?
Just a minute.
Or perhaps I can ask what's the open space that is going to be left?
Sure. Yeah, so the front is 7 feet. I was correct about that setback.
Thank you.
The rear and the sides are 5. And the lot coverage is 48% of the lot, so less than 50%. Which was definitely intentional. We wanted some outdoor space, as well as with the small lot and a lot of setbacks that gave us, pushed us into having more open space. But we've left a courtyard portal area in the front east side specifically for outdoor living. So we could have covered more square footage.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so there's 52% of uncovered space on the lot.
Okay, thank you. On the metal roof, what was the color on that?
It's called, I think, burnished slate. It's like a bronze color, a dark brown. I provided a color.
And, Scott, I was going to ask you, so this metal roof, is it kind of like a standing seam type?
Yeah, it's I would say it mimics a standing seam. It's got broad flat areas. It's called a V crimp, with ridges that are in a V shape, that stand up about the same height as a standing seam roof.
Oh, okay.
So, which helps it. So it looks like a standing seam roof, but it has more resistance to the oil canning that standing seam roofs can get.
Okay, and I noticed you're proposing skylights
Yeah.
that are publicly visible, yes or no?
Yes.
They are. How many are you proposing that are visible?
We have 4, I believe. The 4 on the front side of the house. The fifth, there's a 5th one that's on the back of that gable, but it's kind of tucked behind the other gable, so it may be slightly visible as well.
And are those, how big are they?
2 feet by 4 feet. And so they would be, there 4 of them are 2 feet by 4 feet. One of them is 2 feet by 2 feet, and they would be painted the same color as the roof.
Okay, and now about the roof. Okay, so I'm looking at these proposals, and would you explain like the roof a little bit more in detail?
Sure. The roof material or?
No, not the roof material, the roof itself.
Sure. In what sense?
Well, bring back the picture, if you don't mind, that we were just seeing. Bring back those elevations.
Okay, hang on, give me 1 second. I'm taking the screen back.
Oh, thanks, Nicole.
Sure. She was trying to show you the color because I didn't have it, or
Okay.
what the material looked like.
See on the second photo to the right where you show the skylights? Maybe it's the way it's drawn that I'm not exactly getting the picture.
Oh yeah, well, in regard to the skylights in the roof, they're flat. They're deck mounted skylights that go flush. At the base of them is flush with the roofing. They sit up off of the roof, maybe 3 inches.
So is the portion that we are seeing with the skylights, is that going to be a pitch portion now also? I know this is a silly question maybe, but I'm trying to visualize this.
Yeah, so if you look at the top 2 elevations,
right?
The one on well, let me back up a little bit. The center 2 elevations are just showing showing the top 2 elevations with the fencing.
Right.
So those are the same. So if you look at the top 2 elevations, The elevation on the left is the street facade elevation. That's parallel with Center Street. And so if you're standing directly across from the street, as if you're backward to the pitched roof house across the street from it, that's the view, the facade you would see. And the skylights are on the pitched portion of the roof on either side of that gable facing the street.
Oh, okay.
You can barely see it right there.
Yeah.
You can see it drawn in. Hang on one second. There you go. You can see right there.
Oh, barely.
Okay, let's see. I think Member Beachside had her hand up.
I did. I just had a question for staff about the lot coverage, and I might be wrong about this, but could you tell me, is there a requirement for lot coverage maximums in the historic district? Is it 40%?
There is no like historic. It's all underlined zoning.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not sure why I had that in my head. Thank you.
Thank you. Any Member Guida?
Thank you, Cheerios. And thank you, Scott, for the presentation. I'm struggling a bit with this one. I think, there's been a few issues broached here. It's a very small lot. And I think in the name of providing housing, increasing density in Santa Fe, allowing more people to live here, this project, even at a near 50% lot coverage, is an admirable effort that we should support in this city. This is how we make, hopefully somewhat in a small way, the east side a little bit more affordable. Infill development is good. We're not building new roads and new sewers and all that other stuff to get to houses that are further and further out. So I applaud the project from that standpoint. I think in plan, the project makes good use of the lot. We have a 7-foot minimum setback on most streets in Santa Fe. This project acknowledges that's fine. And I would enthusiastically support variety in this neighborhood. A sloped roof or a pitched roof house, to me, is a good addition of variety that and it differentiates itself from its context. That said, I think any project in this neighborhood also needs to be harmonious with its context. We've talked before on this board about height not being the same as scale. And for me, I certainly think that, we can have something that's tall, but still be in scale with the neighborhood. What I'm struggling with a bit is that the kind of first story seems super tall and has then a kind of tall hat on it. And I know you're doing that to get a loft. But I'm wondering if like this strategy to not go to 2 stories isn't making the house seem like it has this big hat on top of it, and therefore is not harmonious. It would seem like almost a stepped or setback second story would actually be more in scale with the neighborhood than this kind of very, very big roof and very tall first story. And I'm sure, I don't know if you have any thoughts about that. I mean,
yeah,
obviously thought about this from a design standpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for that question. So I guess my main response would be that if you look at the portal and how it nests underneath the roof, that was sort of the minimum criteria to get, if you look at the beams that make up that portal, they slightly cover in a 2-dimensional elevation drawing the headers on the doors and the windows, which on the door area where the front door area there is 6'8". So that was the loft and the desire to nest the portal up under the roof to create some visual dimension that I feel looks better than having that portal be an extension of the roof was a lot of the criteria. So I did try and squeeze the roof down on top of that as much as possible. I think what might be aiding in the top hat effect is just the footprint size of the house. It's small.
Tell us again the square footage of that, of the house.
It's
Of the tower.
1,150, sorry. 1,153 square feet.
Okay. And so, Mr. Guida, are you done with your questioning?
I am, thank you. And thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Cherry.
Mr. Cherry, what are the interior ceiling heights?
Let me see if I can get that for you. So to meet what I would say while I'm looking for that, to meet the criteria for the insulation requirement and the structural configuration of the trusses, because it would be a truss roofed structure. The peak height inside of the the house is sort of cut up because half of it has a loft, or I would say a third of it, is 16 feet at the peak height. And the peak height in the lower pitched roof area is 14'8" interior.
Okay, those are pretty high ceilings, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the very peak of the pitch, where it's about 8'6" where it comes down to the
Oh, okay.
the inside at the wall, where the pitched roof intersects the wall.
Okay, that's the question. That's the answer that I was
Okay.
looking for. Okay. Board members, anything else? Any other questions that you might have or comments? If not, I will turn it over to public comment. If anybody is there, Stephanie Beninato.
Stephanie Beninato, I hope that you will not allow the exceptions. I'm actually surprised because I thought this would be an accessory dwelling unit in order to have only a 5-foot setback from the rear lot line. I'm surprised that any structure now gets a 5-foot setback because it used to be 15. And although I think it's perfectly fine and infill is great, but a 2-bedroom, 2-bath house is quite a nice house. And to say we absolutely have to have the pitched roof so that we can have an office space, I don't see that as really being a hardship. If the house had just had the smaller little pitch to it and not the whole roof being a pitch and it not being metal, I think it would be more harmonious. But to say we should have variety, but it also has to do with the harmony of the streetscape. And there's nothing quite as severe of a pitch as this one. And again, really office spaces, you could be a couple and have 1 bedroom and have an office space in the other bedroom. So you don't have to make maximum use of the space. It's a return on your investment. And certainly a 2-bedroom, 2-bath house is a return on the investment. And the other thing is there is a portal, and that is lot coverage as well. And I believe Mr. Cherry said that was about 240 square feet. So overall, there's close to 1,400 square feet of lot coverage on this property. And I would also ask that the fencing be slightly lower than what it is, more in keeping with some of the other walls that are in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have another person that needs to be sworn in. Mark, I don't know if I'm mispronouncing the last name, Cano?
Yeah, Cano. Yep.
Okay.
Good evening, everybody.
Oh, I need to swear you in. Do you swear under
Okay.
the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Mark Carno, 300 Center Street, 87505.
Yes, sir, Mr. Connor, what do you have to
Yeah.
tell us this evening?
I live right next door to this plot, and I've had a look at the plans, and I want to support the construction. It looks fine, it looks nice, and we're very comfortable with it, and I wish them all the best. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your comments. And I will take it back to the board. And if they have no further comments or questions, I will entertain a motion. Someone ready to make a motion? Or Member Benvenue?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make a motion. Although I'm sympathetic to the application, I don't find that the exception criteria, which are very stringent in this case, have been conclusively demonstrated as required by our ordinance. And I think approving this would be in essence rewriting the ordinance for this district. So for those reasons, I would move in case 2020-003370 HDRB 302 Center Street to adopt the responses of staff to the applicant's grounds for the exception criteria, and based on those responses, find that the exception criteria have not been conclusively demonstrated to have been met, and the motion there and the application should therefore be denied for both exceptions, both for the roof height and the roof pitch.
Thank you. Is there a second to this motion?
Beachside seconds.
Beachside. Okay, roll call vote.
Yes. Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
And I noticed that Angela has her hand up, and Mr. Chair, you noticed that you were denied. Yes, Angela.
I just would like to get clarification on the exact wording of the motion that just passed.
Member Benvenue, maker of the motion, would you indicate that again? I thought it was clear, but
Is there
go ahead.
something, in essence, the motion was to adopt the responses of staff in their entirety to the request, to the grounds presented for the exceptions requested, and on that basis to deny the application as failing to meet the exceptions by conclusive positive proof as to both requested exceptions as to pitch and height.
Okay, so it is denied. That's the second part. Adopt staff responses.
Thank you. So, Mr. Cherry, you do have the option to appeal to the city council, and you do have the option to come back before the board with a different project.
Okay.
So good luck and thank you. Next case is located at 220 Otero Street. This is case 2021-003387. And this is Nicole and Daniel's case. May we hear your report?
Madam Chair, I'll be presenting this case. So 220 Otero Street was brought to the board in 2017 for a status review, and the McKee office building, which is this building here, was designated as contributing. And I'll go over the primary facades facades elevations. And then This is the annex, the garage and annex, and that was made non-contributing at that time. The staff report provided a brief history of the property. There was one clarification to the report, which is that in looking at the facade diagram that was created in 2017 and the designations made on the building, on the office building, there was one exception that was responded to, but not required. So that was a mistake on my part for thinking that there were a couple facades on there that were contributing that were not. The proposed remodel is described in brief. 513 square feet are being proposed as an addition to the contributing building. There's 2 exceptions required, which is one for the primary facade, and the other is for the addition of a door on the north side. And then there's also an addition of a door on the south side where the basement is located. There's kind of a change up of the stairs. So those are some of the exceptions. There's also a casita that's being proposed. And here, let me move here. So this is the main building. This is the annex. This is where the casita is proposed. This is where the addition to a primary, this is primary facade number 5 based on the facade diagram, is proposed. The basement stairs and new door would go down here. And then the addition would be in about this location. A window is proposed here. This is the exception that was responded to but not required. And then there's a door on this primary facade that's proposed in this location. Now to the annex, the non-contributing building, there's a large addition, and the footprint for it is 11,175 square feet. I didn't give the total square footage, including the upstairs, because that's standard in the historic preservation applications, is to discuss the footprint size and not the overall square footage. But that is provided in the applicant's letter. The finishes are provided, the exceptions. Staff generally agreed with the exception responses. There was the comment that I thought maybe the applicant could flesh out some of their responses for discussion with the board. But by and large, I think that the addition to the primary facade on the south elevation is discrete. I think that the addition of the door, moving here's where the basement stairs are currently, they would move the basement stairs back here. I think that that's a reasonable request as well. And then replacing an existing window with a door here on the north elevation also seems reasonable, but I thought that it would be good for the applicant to just kind of discuss that a little bit more. So let me go through the property. The PowerPoint covers kind of the orientation to the building, and then I'll put up the drawings provided by the applicant. Okay, so Otero Street is over here. This is the parking lot, the main parking lot. Otero Street is over here. So this view is that faces Otero. Okay, and this is also, this faces Otero, and then this faces the north there. This is the main north elevation, which I didn't realize had so much ivy on it. And I believe that the door is proposed here at this window. I'll let the applicant speak to that in a little bit, and we can look at the drawings. This is the west elevation, and there's a little path that comes from Washington Avenue that takes you into the property. And so this is where you have like the portal, and it captures all the kind of elements of the basement and other windows and openings. Here's a little bit closer of this portal and the doors. And the windows and doors were replaced in, I think, the 1990s. And so those are not historic material. Here's another view. This is just a little bit to the south of that portal. Here's the south side of the building. And I believe in looking at the drawings that this window feature is retained and that the addition will go here. And I'll let Mr. Enfield describe that a little bit more once we get him into the conversation. Here's more south elevation, an additional view of the south elevation. And then this is the south elevation where the window for the proposed bathroom would be located. Okay, and then let me pull up the drawings. Oh, this is a story pole. Give me just one moment.
You're continuing, Nicole?
I am. I'm sorry. I'm just looking for the drawings, which I thought that I had opened, but I did not. I had the story pole positions open instead, which we can also go over and talk about. So give me just one moment. Then I have a big screen, but my screen doesn't seem to be big enough for all of these things. Okay, so here's the existing site plan. This is the McKee office building. This is the annex. And this is the proposed, this is the addition. This is the new basement location. This is where the addition of the window would be on the south side. The door, the proposed door on this primary elevation is here. This is the casita. And this is the annex and the proposed addition for additional hotel rooms. Okay. And just let me know if you want to ask questions at this point, or if you would like me to go through all of the drawings.
Yeah, go ahead and go through the drawings.
Okay. So these are the floor plans. Okay. And this is the existing west elevation. So this is where you have the little path that comes up from Washington Street. This is what it looks like now. This is the new addition that's proposed there. And this is stucco. And then there's some stone veneer to kind of match these details. This is the back south portion of the building. The window here is retained. This is the new stairwell with the stone veneer. This is the proposed addition. This is the proposed window. This is the existing east elevation, and you can see the addition here beyond. Otherwise, little change. This is the north elevation, and this is the window that they're requesting to replace with a door. And then I will go over here So this is the south elevation of the annex building and the proposed changes to it. And as a non-contributing building, this building has significantly more changes to it. I'm not sure what happened to this image, so. Okay. The north elevation on the annex. Oh, here's the annex. Here's the main office building. And then this is all the addition that is proposed. And this would be 2-story. And this is what the proposed south elevation would look like. And this is the proposed west. And here's the east and the north. Okay. Any other, oh, and this is the casita. So this is a freestanding little casita that's proposed. They've chosen details to match with the territorial style. So any other questions? Or any questions, period? Sorry.
Well, what's the use of this? What's the proposed use for this?
It's a hotel.
Okay, that was Member Guida. Nicole, what is the impact of this 11,175 square foot, which is just a footprint on that streetscape? In your opinion, what is that impact?
In my opinion, I think it's significantly low, and it's just because of the way that the lot is oriented. So from this Otero side, so Otero Street is over here. This is the annex building, and then the office building. And the way that this extends out into kind of what's currently open is not very visible from Otero. It probably has the greatest amount of visibility from Paseo de Peralta behind the bank. And then from this side on Washington Street, it has very little visibility as well. And then here there's buildings on this side that are off of Marcy Street. And so the build from here, you wouldn't see this addition very much at all.
Even though it's a 2-story, you don't think that that's going to be seen from Otero?
Yeah, and we do.
It's going to be seen, correct?
It's the way that the lot slopes. I think that it's pretty subtle. Mm-hmm. I think it'll be seen, but not. It's not going to be this. It's not going to be like. I think that Member Guida brought up a good point about scale. And I think in terms of the scale and the slope of the way that the lot is, that it won't be as like visible or seem as massive. And let me open this here. There were some simulations done.
I'm going to guess that some of those heights vary. Is that true?
There's a little bit of variation in the height. Okay, so this is kind of the Otero entrance level. This is the annex here. And then where the addition's gonna go is back here. Okay, and so this is showing from now where it looks biggest, I guess, is here where the remodel is for the annex. This is what the This is a basic kind of shell of the design that's being proposed.
Oh, okay, let's see. Okay.
And this is from the bank parking lot. So here's the drive-through. And then this is the lot where the buildings will be located.
Scroll up. There.
And this is what they would look like. And you can get a little bit of a sense here from the drive-through to the building behind. This is from Washington Street. This is that little portal. This is what you see here.
That's from Paseo, right?
Okay, let me see. Member
This
Cap.
one is from Marcy Street.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
This is from Marcy Street. And then this would be the casita, I believe, right here. And then the 2-story. This is like where that parking garage is. And then I guess Merrill Lynch is here. And it's that little path that walks through. Okay, so those are the simulations that were provided.
Thank you. Member Katz, do you have questions or comments?
A question, where's the parking?
That is a very good question, and I will let the applicant respond to that.
Okay, board members, any other questions or comments or questions for Nicole at this time? If not, I will turn it over to the applicant, that is Eric Enfield, and he's already been sworn. Eric.
Hi, how are you guys today?
We're pretty good.
Tired.
Just want to make a couple clarifications to Nicole's presentation. The first one was, if you look at our sheet number 2, which is C1, and compare it with the site plan that Nicole showed, where she documented that the stairs to the basement were on the outside, there was an addition done on the north side of that covered the stairs that was approved by the board in the 1990s. So the whole north facade where the step is on C1 is a new facade that was built in the 90s on the north side of that wing of the main building. I want to point that out. I also wanted to point out that Chair Rios got it correct. The site slopes down and the building goes down with the site. You can see steps on the interior of the building in some places, and there's 2 elevators to serve. So one elevator serves one level, then the building steps down. I wanted to just point those corrections out. If you go, Nicole, to sheet C1, I could just, that's sheet number 2, the page number 2 in your report.
It's page number, oh, here, wait.
Yeah, go to number 2. No, up above.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, right there.
This is
right
2,
there.
right?
You see that, you see that addition on the north side that covered the stair of the wing that we're adding. The addition, the 513 square foot addition, is directly on the opposite side of that. But you see how the building jutted out? The board approved enclosing that stair in the 90s to the basement. So that whole facade is new on the building. They also approved replacing all the windows and doors, but that's part of my presentation, so I'll hit that when I do it. I also just wanted to point out that that new door on the north side coming out of the meeting room, out of the main building, there's a side light shown. It should have been divided similar to the door, but it wasn't divided, and I just wanted to make that clarification. That's something that's inaccurate on our drawing. But I did want to thank you all for allowing us to present this project. It's an appropriate downtown infill project. The site is zone BCD, and its sub-districts are the Marcy District and the East Marcy East Palace District. And on this plan, you can see where it goes through the middle of the annex building. So to the right is the East Marcy and Palace sub-district, and to the left is the Marcy District. So what they've told me is comply with the Marcy District in the new additions that we're doing off the annex, because that's all in the Marcy district. They weren't sure how to handle it at first, but we worked it out. So we've got two different sub-districts. The majority is on the Marcy sub-district of our new construction. And in general, the BCD zoning encourages the following, and this is out of the city code. In recognition of the fact that the economic health of the city depends on the economic viability of the BCD, the purpose of the BCD is to provide for a mixture of land uses, including residential uses, which is what this is, designed to promote the district's economic well-being while preserving the unique architecture, townscape, and aesthetics that foster a strong tourist industry and sustain the quality of life, sense of community, and historical identity in the district and the city. More specifically, per the city code, once again, the townscape substandards talk about what they're intended to do. They're intended to preserve the overall aesthetic of the BCD, to maintain diversity among the different sub-districts by having different requirements for the sub-districts and height allowances, to protect the unique features, recognizable historic character, and other common identifying characteristics of each sub-district, including comprehensive planning, public benefit uses, urban design innovation, an enhancement of the economic vitality of the district, and the preservation and enhancement of the character and quality of the area in which the sub-district is located through elimination of any potentially significant adverse impacts or potentially irreversible adverse impacts upon the community, surrounding neighborhoods, or other approved project plans, and the redevelopment of areas with weak townscape qualities or areas that are undergoing change. I can tell you what we spend most of the time doing right now on the property is chasing the people away. They're, smoking stuff back there. They're drinking back there. It's been an empty field for a long time, and it never had it's funny because this site, when I get to the history, I'll explain it, but there's an interesting thing about this site, and I'll explain it in the history. We feel that the scheme that we're presenting complement the intent of both the BCD district and the sub-districts that this project is in. For instance, in Marcy, this is the underlying zoning, not the historic styles calculation. The underlying zoning allows 42 feet height. We don't exceed 24 feet. There is no lot coverage restrictions in this site. We provide 47.8% lot coverage over the whole site. We also are limited to 4-foot maximum height on the walls, and you'll see that we're not proposing any walls that are over 4 feet high. The site retaining walls that we do show are only 30 inches high, and that's to help us with the issue of guardrails, so we don't have to have guardrails on the site. And also, there's no setbacks in the Marcy district. Now, the East Marcy East Palace is a little more restrictive, which is, once again, I'll point out that line I showed through the existing annex building that turns down the property line. That's the East Marcy East Palace. That has a 27-foot height limitation. And once again, we don't exceed 24. It has no lot coverage restrictions either. And the setbacks there are 5 feet on the side, 10 feet on the rear. And these don't even count because all the structures in that district are existing. So you can see that the annex doesn't have 5-foot setbacks or 10-foot rear setbacks. And there is nothing else on it but the half the annex building in that section. As far as the history of this property, the property was originally an old estate. And I guess, when they built this, was the board there in 1952? That was just before the board was created, I believe. Anyway, in 1952, they allowed them to bulldoze all the structures off that site. It was a huge estate for one of the prominent Santa Fe folks. And so all the historic structures on that site were bulldozed and removed when this building was built. They were demolished in 1952. and the new structure, the main building and annex, were built in 1953. At that time, the annex was only a single story. The main building was also a single story, but with a fully finished basement below. In the early 1990s, a new owner, who was the previous tenant and actually happened to be Hunter Redmond's stepfather, who helped design the building with us and works with me. It was her stepfather. He was renting, but he ended up buying in early 1990s. He rented in the early 80s until the 1990s. And then he bought the property from the present owner, which wasn't the original McKee family. They'd already sold it once. And what in 1990, he purchased the building, and both the annex and main building were completely remodeled in 1990. And that's when all the historic windows and doors were removed and replaced. The annex and the main building were remodeled under two case numbers, H92046 and H93176. The extensive alterations occurred to the buildings, and I made it just a short list of the ones that I thought were most pertinent to this project. A new addition in the North Otero courtyard on the north facade that enclosed the basement stair. So that whole majority of the north facade is a new facade from 1990. And also, all the doors and windows were replaced. And that large entry portal that looks like it must have been original was actually built in 1990 on the front of the building facing Washington Street. And all the brick was repainted. I'm glad they didn't stucco it, because you can still see the brick through the paint, but it was a painted building. As far as the changes to the annex, they added the second story office space. They replaced all the doors, windows, and they painted all the brick. This extensive remodeling in the 1990s changed the character of both buildings, though the main building is still contributing, but the annex is considered non-contributing. And thus our choice to add on to the non-contributing building and do only a minor addition to the historic structure. Our design philosophy as we approached this project was to do a modern interpretation of the territorial style to reflect the nature and design of the existing contributing building. The addition, it doesn't mirror the existing building or match all its details, but it shares materials and somewhat the massing of the building as far as the way it's broken up. The addition to the existing building is a very simple rectangular shape while detailing the tie into the existing structure. The two-story addition extends from the annex. The existing annex building is less rectangular than the main building, and the addition has stepping and angles that reflect the footprint of the annex and respond to the shape of the site. It also allows us to do outdoor areas there. On the ground floor, there's outdoor yards. On the upper floors, there's balconies, which I think is nice. It adds a human element to a streetscape right now that doesn't have any human element to it. It's looking over a parking lot at Wells Fargo and onto a dirt weeded field. The south facade of the two-story addition facing the main building is rectilinear and complements the shape of the main building. The north facade is broken up and starts to transition to the smaller residential structures that you see north of Paseo de Peralta. And I'll show you that. There's an aerial 3D massing model that if you could pull that up, I believe you have it, Nicole, that it's going to be at the end of your presentation, I think, just before the story polls. Photos, I wanted to show them. But if you could pull that up there.
Wait, that's the massing. Yeah. Hang on, I have that up.
I think you know which one. I just wanted to give them an idea of what our footprint looks like in the neighborhood and how it's a nice transition. Yeah, go all the way down. No, I'm talking about it's an aerial view. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that one. Number. Yeah. There's the masses that surround us, and you can see the proposed mass we're adding in the kind of the chocolate brown color. And you can see how by breaking up that facade and stepping it, it starts more mirroring what's happening across Paseo as far as a neighborhood scale. It isn't neighborhood scale, but when you compare it to the boxes around it, it certainly looks much like a transition of density to what is a residential neighborhood on the other side of Paseo de Peralta. And you're aware of 1411 Paseo de Peralta, which I'm sad to say hasn't been built, but will be built at someday, I hope. And that is a pretty dense residential development that we proposed on that site. And I know that someday it'll be built.
Excuse me for
So I wanted to-
interrupting. Excuse me for interrupting. Would you take, would you remove the photo on the bottom so that we can see the aerial a little clearer?
Which one? This one?
Yeah.
I think she just wants you to scroll down so the aerial's in the center of the screen. Nicole.
Exactly.
Oh, it won't let me the way that it
Or
is.
I'll let you.
I can, you know what I can do? Watch. Let me see here.
Don't do it.
I know you-
Just kidding.
Yeah, there we go. That's better.
Yeah, there you go. And so, you know, you can start seeing landmarks like the federal courthouse. You can see the Pink Church. We can, and we all know Santa Cafe.
When you're talking about them,
Excuse me?
to Nicole, can you point those out?
Sure. This is the courthouse.
That's the courthouse. There's the
Scottish
Pink
Rite.
Scottish Rite. And then there's Wells Fargo, and then it goes down to Santa Cafe, and then it goes down to the Territorial Inn that we're presently remodeling. Thank you for the approval on that. And then it goes into the larger buildings, the Marcy Plaza buildings and the Marcy Plaza parking structure. And there's other big buildings around it, of course. I think you're starting to see the First Interstate Plaza in the lower left-hand corner. And you're starting to see Hotel Plaza Real down there, below it, across the street on Marcy Street. And that view of our addition on that little building is through that gap between the two Marcy Plaza buildings that you can see the U shape opens towards. That's where that 3D visual is from. The two-story addition will have modern territorial details like the brick parapet, divided light windows, and linear stucco mass walls. The portals on the annex addition are updated with metal fascia and metal columns, but wood beams. Wide pillars at the portals will be faced with stone that matches or is close to a match to the existing structure. The freestanding casita is a very simple, modern, transitional territorial structure that plays off of the shape of the main building a bit, and the style of the existing main building. That's actually where the swimming pool was in the estate, was right where there was a structure that used to be there. It was the private swimming pool for the estate. Colors and materials. I know that Nicole mentioned this a little bit, but I'll just go through it real quick. All additions have stucco walls, but all the existing buildings will remain existing brick. The colors and materials were selected to complement the original stone walls on the existing main building. The stucco color suede and the paint color Utopia, oh, that sounds nice, tie into the stone, while the iron or window cladding is a dark cladding. It's a Pella color, and that creates a nice contrast with the suede color. The brick we propose to use is a chocolate blend, which I think is going to be very nice, and you can see the pictures of it. Thank you very much, Nicole. You can see the stone veneer suede rubbles, strangely enough, and we're using suede color. And then the Utopia is the wall color we chose to paint the existing main building. The suede rubble stone is similar in shape to the existing stone, but has a rich contrasting mix of colors. So it's not matching the stone, but it's contrasting with it a little bit by color. As far as the massing of the buildings, the height of the additions do not exceed the heights of the existing buildings. The mass of the buildings fits in with the neighborhood and creates a nice transition between the commercial downtown large building masses and the pattern of residential buildings to the north of Paseo. As for the streetscape, the scales of the addition reflects the scale of surrounding buildings, even the Wells Fargo building's a 2-story building. I believe that Plaza Real is 3 stories. We know that First Interstate Plaza is at 4 stories, I believe. The scale of the additions reflect the scale of the surrounding buildings. The modern territorial style is seen in commercial buildings both to the south and west. I would like to go to the story pole section of this so we can show them the poles on the site. And I think you have those drawings also. Thank you very much for helping me with that.
Yeah.
There should be a key to the story poles that we can pull up so I can show you where we put the story poles and the photographs that we took of the story poles. Are you able to pull that up?
Yeah, just give me 1 second.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So here you are.
There's the story poles. Now, what we did was we did a sheet for all the story poles that are very clear. Like the first sheet will be poles 1 and 2, a view of the poles 1 and through the gap between the annex building and the main building. You can go ahead and turn it now. There's the views of story poles 1 and 2 viewed from Paseo de Peralta. It's viewed from the Paseo side because it was easier to see it. You couldn't really see it that well through the other side. So there's the 2 story poles, which are at about under 24 feet high. And then if you go ahead and scroll down, we'll go to points 3 and 4, which are the 2 corners that face Santa Cafe. And you can see those 2 corners way over there. And that's between the gap of the building. I'm sorry, I got it wrong. Those are between the gap of the building.
So this
Oh,
is,
you're back on 1 and 2. I'm sorry. We also showed you from Marcy. I'm sorry about that. We showed you from Marcy also. Let me
No,
get
no,
those
wait.
drawings.
Wait. I'm sorry. This is from Otero.
I mean, that's from Otero. Yeah, exactly. I'm
That-
sorry. But
this
that's
is
the
one-
same 1 and 2 poles from Otero. We gave it both from Paseo and from Otero. I forgot. Now I've got the drawings in front of me. And then if you go to story poles 3 and 4, they're viewed from Paseo right there. Those are the 2 poles that are viewed from Paseo. And those are the 2 ends, number 3 and number 4 ends of the building. And then if you go to the next slide, it's story poles number 4 and 5 as viewed from Washington Street. You can see them point up. We're looking through the driveway into Santa Cafe because you couldn't see the poles through the sidewalk. And so we took it through the driveway there. And then if you go on one more, and this is the view of poles number 6 and 7, which are the little casita, and you can just barely see the red. Do you see the 2 red arrows? There's one to the right. Yeah, you can see the person in the red shirt holding it. And then I think we have one more, which is story pole number 6, viewed from the west, which is down the sidewalk. That's the little casita that we're proposing. Story pole number 8 is our southern addition. And you can see that small pole. That pole looks like it exceeds the height of the building, but as you know, it doesn't because my elevations reflect the height. We're just closer. It's just closer to this than the main building, but it is the same height as the main building. If you'd like me to take you through the 3D, both the existing and proposed views, I will, but Nicole did that. And I'm comfortable with Nicole's presentation. But would you guys like me to go through those views again, the 3D views?
Actually, this is what I would like us to do, is what I'm proposing. So we have 3 different things that we are making a decision on. And I would like to take one building at a time. I'd like to take the contributing McGee building first and have board members look at that, ask their questions, And I'll even get public comment on that and make a motion.
Well, I
And-
think that, yeah, I'll start right into it. And I'm not going to go into the functions on the inside because you guys don't really care, but it's hotel rooms, hotel support facilities.
Yeah,
Like a
and then,
conference room.
excuse me, Eric, and then I'm gonna go to the casita, and then we're gonna go to the big hotel, the annex, and because I don't want the board to be jumping around from the house to the casita to the annex. So that's what I am suggesting, to keep it cleaner.
We'll
And
start with the main building. I agree. I think that's a good idea, Chair.
so if you have anything further to add to the McGee building, either
Yes.
Nicole or Eric.
I do not.
Well, what I'd like to do is for you guys to look at our sheets A6, A7, and A8 of the McKee building. And you
Yeah,
can
if you
see
put
what,
those up on the screen, that would be most helpful.
yeah, actually
Yeah, give me
Nicole has
just
them there.
Yeah,
She's
just give me
helping me
one
with this.
moment.
I'm the most electronically challenged person in the world. But it's sheet A6, A7, A8, which is halfway through our drawing set. And I think the easiest way to look at it is to look at what the existing elevation and look what we propose to do to it.
Okay,
And you'll
that's-
see how minimal we're affecting the building.
Okay. Let me get to the
Yeah.
elevations for the McKee office.
Yeah,
building.
right there.
Okay,
So-
so wait, let's take it one discussion at a time for this. Real quick, Eric, just because I think what Chair Rios is looking at is like, this is where the addition is proposed.
Exactly, that's the proposed addition. And then the only other thing that you see that we're proposing on that elevation is the stone wall that's required by code to protect the opening for the stair down. That's the stair down where we're cutting an opening in the existing basement wall. And those basically have a giant well around them right now. So all we're doing is cutting into existing wall that has windows already. You see the height of the windows on the front? That's the height of the windows on the side too. So you see how far up the basement comes? It's like a story and a half, that building. Those windows to the left are the basement windows. And those are all existing. So the only thing that you're seeing new on this is the 500 square foot addition on the right and the stone wall. When we go to the west elevation,
Stop a second. Keep it on that on that elevation, on that first elevation.
This one, the west, this is the first one we've been looking at.
yeah, that's the first one.
So board members, I'm going to ask you, do you have any questions in reference to this particular elevation? If you do, let me see, Frank Katz.
Yeah, of course, that's the way the elevation will look, but you won't ever see that elevation because the casita will be blocking pretty much the whole right side, won't it?
The casita would be about here, yes, but it'll be a little bit lower because this sits up higher. But yes, it would be in this area.
How much lower?
I would say it, but Eric can correct me. I would think it's about here, like where these window.
Yeah, it's not a tall structure. Let me
That
just-
would be how much lower, excuse me, than that? And how far from that, from the McKee building will it be?
So in terms of how far it'll be, let me show you here.
It's about 9 feet lower than that building.
So this is the distance here between the buildings, which is, it looks like approximately, what, 12 feet, Eric? 15?
Yeah, I was just looking to see if I had a dimension on it. It's about, yeah, so the facade's about 9 feet lower. Let me see if I can get a dimension on that casita and the distance to that building. I know it's at least 10 feet, but let me just measure it real quick.
Okay.
So one of the things.
It's about 12 feet. It's over 10 feet between the buildings.
Okay. Any other questions in reference to this west elevation? There appears to be no more questions. Okay, let's take it to the next elevation.
Okay, so this is the south elevation. This is where the basement stairwell is proposed.
And you can just see the door popping up over the top of the wall right there in line with the windows because we're basically adding another opening in the window area. And then you can see the 513 square foot addition. And you can see what we've done. We've taken the same scale windows and just moved them out on the facade for that portion of the addition, that 500 square foot addition. And I would like to point out that where we're putting the new window is actually a little nub on the south facade of that building. And so we're coming out a little further than the nub, but you can see it on our plan. Those are the only changes on that facade. And this is the biggest width of facade change that we have, is this south elevation.
Board members, do you have any questions in reference to this facade, the south elevation of the McKee building? And no questions. Next.
This is the east, and here is the proposed addition.
So that is the only impact on the east addition, on the east facade, is that strip above it and then the strip to the side of what was, it's actually the old vault where they kept the plans for Los Alamos, LANB. I mean, the LANL, because he built a lot of that Los Alamos facility and he had to keep the drawings in a secure and confidential area. So that's actually a solid concrete structure. We didn't want to demolish it or take it out, but to use it, we need to add that one window because it's a little bathroom now. But you can see minimal on the east side. It's that strip of the addition that you see on the left that's on the south facade. The rest of the facade remains.
Right.
And you can see the little step that was added on that steps out from beyond what was the original. You see how the two ends of the building used to be equal size, and then they added that addition over the basement stair into the courtyard. I just want to point that out because that's that area that was added in 1990.
Okay. Any questions in reference to the east facade, board members? No questions?
Okay.
And next.
And this is the north, and the change here is the addition of this window. And then I believe what Eric was saying is that these will be divided.
We carried the divided lights into that side light because otherwise it doesn't meet the code. It should have been drawn that way, like the transom was drawn. And you can see we kind of pulled off from that double pair of French doors with the transom over it that's to the left, that's existing. And that's an existing window, and we're not increasing the width or the height of it. We're just removing the material below it. I'm going to talk about that in the exceptions because that exit is required by code because it's coming out of a conference room area and it requires two exits. And we felt that was the least obtrusive second exit. Otherwise, it would have to either be on the east facing facade or the west facing facade. So we chose the north facing because of its lack of public visibility.
Okay, thank you. Did we cover all the elevations?
Yes, that's all of them. Yes.
Okay. And board members, did you have any questions in reference to the north elevation? It appears not. And Nicole, in reference to the exceptions, were you in agreement with the applicant on the McKee house or not?
Yes, I was in agreement with the
responses.
Yeah, with the
response. You feel that with the proposed changes that this building will not lose its contributing status, is that correct?
That is correct. I think that it retains the bulk of its architectural character, even with these modifications. And some of those things are the concrete sills, the general territorial style. It loses little of its shape. I do generally find that the requests are pretty discrete changes.
Okay.
I did
Eric?
want to add a little bit to the exception response, if that's okay, Chair Rios.
Yes.
For
go-
this
go right
specific,
ahead.
for that addition on the south side, I just want to say that we picked the least publicly visible side of the building to put the 500 square foot addition on. And if we built on either the Otero or the Washington facades, we would be negatively impacting the historic status of the building, but I don't believe this 500 square foot addition on the south facade does. Because all the windows have been replaced anyway, so it's not even historic material that we're removing in the windows. And we may just push them out and reuse them because we've drawn them exactly like the existing windows. I just want to point that out.
Okay, thank you, Eric. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to public comment in reference to the McKee house. McKee, it's with a K. And there's one person that has their hand up, and that's Stephanie Beninato.
Thank you very much. I'm actually wondering why I'm still here in this meeting, but I'm interested in this development. And I don't really, I see the change for the steps and the door. I understand that they're kind of being reversed. I wonder why the door just can't be a door and be slightly wider than having that side paint, the side glass on it. I guess because there's so much being added on in terms of the hotel, I just really wonder what's the need for this 500 square foot addition. So that's just my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to reply to that, the need for the 500 square foot addition, Eric?
It has to do with the interior layouts and the need to have the 2 bedrooms on that side with windows. This was designed as an office building and we're converting it to a residential building. And the fact that we're only adding 500 square feet to this building that is existing building I'm sorry, I'm looking for those numbers. I forgot what the existing building square footage is, but I'll find it. Anyway, a very large building with a 500 square foot addition, we felt that was minimal impact.
Okay.
Yep, and we needed it for our plan to get the residences to work, to be honest with you, because you have to have egress windows from the bedrooms. And the way we laid out the interior, we just needed to add those 2 bedrooms. The building's over 8,000 square feet and we're adding 500 square feet, which is maybe 5%, 6% of the footprint.
Board members, we've gone through the McKee building and you didn't have many questions. So I will
also want to point out that south addition is hardly visible from any direction. I mean, if there's any visibility of it, it's looking down that corridor between the 2 Marcy Plaza buildings.
Okay, thank you, Eric.
And I have something that shows that visibility if you want to look at that again.
We'll take your word for it. I
Thank you.
will entertain a motion unless Mr. Katz has a question or comment.
No, I have a motion, Chair.
Yes, you have the floor.
I would make a finding that the exception criteria for have been met pursuant to staff's recommendation, and that we should approve the changes to the McKee building as submitted.
Member Benvenue,
Second.
roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all very much.
We're going to move on to the casita, the freestanding casita.
I think the next building up is the addition, but I'm fine to go to the casita. I think it's at the
No.
last of the set.
Yeah. No, I'm
So the
going,
casita's at the last of the set.
I got it.
I'm gonna go
Yeah,
to
there it is.
now.
There it is.
Okay. Talk to us.
It's, well, I just want to tell you, it's really just a 2-bedroom unit with a living area and a kitchen. If you look at the drawing before, you can see the floor plan. You know, really, it was a space that we felt like could be a nice freestanding space that would have a little casita feel to it in downtown Santa Fe. And it comes in with the idea of having mixed uses, a freestanding casita, a larger building that has internal units, then the other units that were added that have exterior and interior spaces. We wanted to have different kinds of options for people to stay in. And that's why we did this little casita.
Okay, and you indicated this is 9 feet lower than the McKee building, is that correct?
Yes,
And so what is the height of the casita?
12 feet.
It is 12 feet.
It
Okay,
is- Oh yeah, it's 12 feet. Yeah.
Remember the McKee building is almost a story and a half because the basement windows are above the ground. That's why you've got the height on that building that you have.
okay. And this is also a territorial style building, correct, with brick coping?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Board members, do you have any questions or comments in reference to the casita? I don't see any hands up. I will take it to the public. Anybody from the public wishing to comment? Stephanie Benenato.
Stephanie Benenato. I appreciate that the casita, you know, that there is a casita. I wonder why the east facade is so blank that there's going to be trees there. And I guess I kind of, I'm not really confused, but I think it's misleading to call these residences unless they're long-term residences, because this is a hotel. It's not a residence that people are going to move in and stay for a year or maybe even 6 months, generally speaking. And maybe somebody would rent the casita for that long, but this is a hotel. And I appreciate that there's different types of living spaces or rental spaces in these in the hotel buildings. But I just want to really point out it's a hotel. And I do appreciate that it's not very high. And I do appreciate it that it's far enough away from the McKee building to, you know, comply with the code about being 10 feet back. Because I'm sorry, but it's late and I'm not even sure that's a primary facade. But if it is or not, it's still adequately distant from the McKee building. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. And there are no other people from the public wishing to comment, so I'll take it back to the board. I do have a question for you, Eric. That east elevation that doesn't have any windows or anything, what is that facing? What's the visibility?
Yeah, it doesn't have any windows because the people in the units in the main building would be looking right into the house.
And so that's
that 10-foot area between it and the main building, Chair.
It's not facing any public.
No.
Visibility, just
No.
Okay.
Everything that faces the public way is shown. You can see the where we have windows. That's on all the areas facing away from that existing building.
Okay. All righty, thank you. Board members, is someone ready to make a motion or do you have any other questions? Yes, Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would move to approve the casita as submitted.
Member Benvenue.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
No.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you. Now we are going to move to the big project, the annex.
All right, let's go to the big project, and we can go to the floor plan first, because I think I should start with the floor plan for some explanation. And that's sheet, that's gonna be sheet, well, do you want to start with the existing, well, actually, go to sheet A9 and we'll start there, or you want to start here? That's okay. We don't need to do the enlarged annex plan, because this covers the annex plan. You can see the annex plan right there. So, yeah, and you can see where we had the original second story is that area that is white in the new walls where we're closing in windows. You see the dark infill, and then we're adding that piece of second story and attaching it to create the units over the annex. Then, if you look between the new structure and the annex, you can see that we literally tie into the existing annex walls. And we come across and we create units that open to the outdoors here and to the outdoors here. And then some units are by corridor. You can see the corridor, the double doors, the portal entries. You see the elevator. There's a building core with steps and elevator, and it's directly across from the meeting room to form a connection between the hotel, but we didn't want to roof it because we didn't want a roofed connection, because I think that would have taken away from that. The metal pergola is simply to put vines on so that we could have like I'll say like a Fern Grotto walk through from the meeting room to the units. We think the primary entrance to the units, though, will be from the gates from the outside, and then you'll enter it. And you can see we've created small little pocket courtyards, one there to the right of the pergola, one to the left of the pergola, and then one large one right at the entry to the main McKee building. And we've tried to keep the addition as far away from the McKee building as we could. What is that, 28 feet from the McKee building corner?
This is 28 feet from this building. to
Yeah.
the Corner.
To that corner, right. And then you can see on the north side where first of all, we could have built right up to the property line because it would be allowed. But you see what we wanted to create is little gardens off of each of these units at the ground level. So there's small gardens back there on those units on the north side. And also on the west side, you can see big portals, smaller portals, bigger portals. We're trying to break up the building mass by using historically accurate or historically utilized portals and breaks in the mass. You can see that, first of all, it steps all the way along the north property line, but it also steps in and out all the way along the west property line. And what we wanted to do was create an interesting facade that somewhat had some details of the territorial, but also had a more contemporary feel to it. So there'd be no question that this was a new structure. And I don't think there will be any question this was a new structure. If I don't think we need to go through the units, but you can see that we've got 1 and 2 bedroom units basically, and we've got units that can be tied together, especially in the annex. So you could have a family of 5 or 6 stay in the upstairs of the annex, and they'd have 2 or 3 units up there. So we are creating different units. I did want to respond to one thing. By the zoning and code, this is a residential use. So I'm not sure exactly where Stephanie was coming from saying a hotel isn't residential, but in the code it is an R4 use, an R3 use, and that's a residential use. That's why I called it residential. I wasn't playing games with the use of the building. It could be converted to condominiums at some point in the future too. It could be living units downtown at some point. That's not the intent of my clients. You can see you've already named it the Washington Inn. So if you now switch to the elevations or go to the second floor plan and I'll walk you through that. So the upper level mirrors the lower level. We carry out the same portals, the large portals up and below. And then these have small portals and
Eric,
decks.
I
on them.
apologize for interrupting. Madam Chair, haven't we already had the presentation on this?
Well, I think he's giving more of the specific details.
Anyway, okay, fine, let's go straight to elevation.
We
I'm
can
fine
go
with
through
that.
Yeah, go through the elevations.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I'm fine with going through the elevations.
Thanks, Member Guida, for pointing that
So
out.
you can see the way the facades come in and out, the more solid facades are out and the lighter facades are in, the portal facades on both these. You can see that we introduced elements to the existing annex that ties it in with our new building, but we didn't hide the fact that that was a separate building. We didn't introduce stone to it except for the stone walls around the decks. You can see the low stone walls. And also, if you look then on the west elevation, you can see what you'd be seeing and how the building steps down from the high point to the low point as it gets towards the walkway. That I love the walkway. I mean, the walkway is a nice feature, and obviously it's staying. And as far as height of this building, I think we're listing it at 23 feet, and I think it steps down. You can see how we step it down, and we do flat roofs over portals, so we don't have such heavy mass. If that was all portals with parapets, it would be much heavier, but we've got a much lighter structure, and we're using iron rails, metal posts. The window style is similar to the main building, and we do have sills shown on it under the windows. And you can kind of see what both the casita and the building kind of frame the entry up the walkway to the McKee building in the lower west elevation. We didn't want to lose that view because I think that's a nice view, and I think it's a special view, and everyone in Santa Fe knows that view up that sidewalk. So we're not impacting that view. And if you went back to the slide where we showed the photograph with the 3D image projected on it, you can see the minimal visibility of this from Washington Avenue, if you want to see that. We can go to the next elevation.
Mm-hmm.
And the north elevation is the one that's along the Wells Fargo parking lot. And we don't have as much detail there, but we do have the outdoor spaces and portals. Some of them cover both the top and the bottom, the portals do. And you can see the elevation on the east elevation, and what that is, that's the section through the existing building on the upper east elevation. And it shows the building stepping away from it towards Santa Cafe. And then it shows what you'll see if you're in the main McKee building on the east side of our addition. We're also showing some trees because, of course, we're going to plant some trees, but all the trees on the site right now we're saving. And those are some monumental trees that are there right now. And we designed the building around those monumental trees that were existing there. I think Nicole showed those 3D images projected in Photoshop already, but I think it might be a good time to show them again, just so you can see the elevations and then fresh in your mind, see what their publicly visibility is.
Yeah, would you get those up, Michelle?
And then I'll stop.
Nicole, tired.
I know, I'm tired too. I'm sorry, you guys. We didn't plan this.
Common name that I get called other than Nicole.
That's sorry.
Okay, let me get here.
In the meantime, Eric, you talked about a contemporary feel of the building. What are you talking about?
Well, it's not traditional territorial.
In what way?
Well, we're using some metal posts, some iron rails. The windows are going to be, more contemporary windows with the iron ore finish on it. So it looks different. It kind of it pops a little bit with the iron ore finish on it. And I think that the massing is traditional, but I think the way that we use some materials and the way we introduce the stone to tie into the existing building is more contemporary.
And are all the portales going to be metal?
No, well, what we were talking about doing was the same thing that we proposed on 1411 Paseo as a compromise with you all. We were going to do it all metal beams, but I think on this we were going to do metal posts and carrier beams and then wood beams
Oh, okay. And
for the
roof-
ceiling.
And the roof is going to be what?
A flat roof.
Yeah, I know, but what is it? What's the material?
Oh, it'll probably be a membrane roof. And we'll probably do it in a colored membrane.
Okay, Eric, I see that two members have had their hands up for a bit, so I'm going to go to member Katz.
Yeah, my question, Eric, is what is going to be along the north boundary of the annex? Is there going to be a wall of any kind there?
No, we're not proposing anything because it actually exists, Frank. It actually, there's a huge retaining wall back there now.
Okay, thank you.
It's a hole.
So
Okay,
it's
member
lower
Guida?
than that parking area.
Yeah, it's holding up the parking.
Yeah, okay.
Eric, my
Scroll down.
question,
Oh,
is
I'm
about-
sorry, member Katz, apologies, member Guida. Member Katz, are you done?
Yes.
Okay, member Guida.
Eric, I'm asking this not to get into the weeds, but to think about changes that might be made. Have you already gone to fire with this? I'm curious as to why there's no fire.
No, we're not required to do that. We're not required to do that until at permit time. We have to reflect the fire department comments on it. We will have to do that for planning commission too. We have to go to planning commission.
Do you anticipate that fire division would require a fire lane to
No,
access these units?
no, because I did the addition on the Inn at Loretto, and by the end of it, at first they were asking for access to the site. And I said, "You're really gonna pull your equipment onto the site to fight the fire?" And they go, "No, you don't have to do anything at the Inn at Loretto, even if you add 50,000 square feet. They'll fight the fire from the roads, from Otero, Paseo, and from the parking lot of Santa Cafe, if that's what ends up happening. But they won't bring their units on the site."
Yeah.
I haven't met with them on this though. So to answer your question, Anthony, I haven't met with them on this.
Yeah, my curiosity is not to, I understand that, process is process. I'm thinking about the changes that fire could require on this project. Could be quite dramatic and a big shift from whatever we approved tonight.
Well, I will tell you right now that Hunter just texted me. She's not feeling that well because she had her vaccination today. And so I wanted her to be part of this presentation and she couldn't. But she just texted me and she had talked to Geronimo with the fire department.
Yeah, usually I would say at the point when you're doing the PZR, you have some kind of conversation with fire. And in some cases, and I don't know if this is the case here, but sprinkling, if there's not like an opportunity to turn around or things like that, there's ways to mitigate the fire safety concerns.
So, and Hunter just got back to me, Anthony, and said she's already met with Geronimo. He's approved it. We're fine.
Okay.
She has 2 dry stands and we have sprinklers. And this dry stands were per his request to be able to get hose connections on the site. So we've already done that. I didn't know that. Hunter had done that.
And my second question is, by my count, that north facade, and I understand that you've got setbacks and a kind of sawtooth kind of profile for the north facade, but by my measure, that's well over 300 some odd feet in length of continuous building that faces the Wells Fargo and Paseo de Peralta. Had there been any thought about separating this building from the annex, or was it all about maximizing the number of units?
We can't. because I'm using the annex's height to get the 2 stories on the addition. Otherwise, I couldn't do it because there's only 17 foot 4 inches allowed if it's a freestanding building.
I see.
But when you tie into an existing building, which is what I did on the Loretto too, and I got 4 stories approved on that, an addition that I designed to the hotel that wasn't built, that was allowed, and it exceeded the allowable height by 40 feet or 30 feet. Because the allowable height for the Loretto is only about 14 feet high.
Right. And
this is higher. This is 17.
And this is where our code does unfortunate things, right? Or has bad consequences. By this board's action, and also by just the rules of the district, we encourage lower heights. I think I've indicated before that, I'm less concerned about height and less concerned about density, but more concerned about appropriate massing. And what I'm seeing in the project, and I understand the limitations that you explained, is the Great Wall of China being built to the north of this existing.
Oh, Anthony, it doesn't look like the Great Wall of China.
From the north, it's going to be really, really long.
I don't know. I'm looking at other buildings in that area, and they are huge masses, much larger masses than this.
Agreed. I would far prefer a project here that had a smaller footprint and a taller height, and was broken up. And to pin all of this and to develop this, in perpetuity based on a silly and short-sighted set of height requirements seems to me, short-sighted by the city.
It just took 20 years for me.
Yeah,
20 years to get the Loretto approved.
When I'm not arguing, this is what's in front of us. But what I'm not arguing for is less units or anything like that. I think the project probably is fine. I think what I'm arguing against is this unfortunate corner that the rules and conditions have currently painted us into, where to max out the number of units on this site, you and the developer are having to build this kind of really, really long building.
We actually did it also to stay away from the McKee building, because we felt it was important that we pulled our structure away from that building and let it be more of a freestanding building, Anthony.
Again, I'm arguing in favor of that. It's about the ground footprint. And how much real estate the project occupies.
I guess I'd ask you, Anthony, would you approve a 3-story building on this site?
I would approve a 3-story building virtually anywhere in Santa Fe. Unfortunately, we have.
I'm writing that down.
Rules.
Anywhere in Santa Fe, 3-story building allowed.
Take my point, Eric.
I do. I got your point.
We're being this project in its current configuration is being driven by this set of requirements. And to me, those are not the right set of requirements for this downtown location, for this site, and for producing a project that's harmonious with its context. And so that's where I'm really struggling. To me, a building that both stepped away from the annex and created a formal differentiation and space between those buildings would be advantageous. And a building that probably had a smaller footprint in general and also stepped a bit away from the McKee building would be preferable. The building is to the north. It's not going to block light to that structure. I'm concerned also about the view up the alley from Marcy. This building has a very strong presence and footprint in that area as well. And so we're at an early stage. This is the first stop in terms of the development of this project. I think these are concerns that are within the purview of this board. And so I would argue for a taller building with a smaller footprint that was less enmeshed in the surrounding buildings and gave more breathing room and produced a kind of better kind of urban space making on this site than what is currently proposed.
I will agree with you on something, Anthony. We were forced into it to get the 2 stories without asking for an exception.
Okay.
So thank you for understanding
Sure.
why where we are. That's what I appreciate.
I know this business ain't easy.
No, it's harder every day. Harder every day. 39 years of it, Anthony.
Member Guida, do you have anything further?
That's it. I think I've said my piece.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, go back to that view of the sidewalk. I think that was important to show because it proves Anthony's point too. It's going to have a presence back there. There is no doubt about it. But I don't think this building is going to be ugly, and I'm not going to do an ugly building downtown. And I think that this material choice is going to make a difference, and it's going to look like a rich, well thought out design. There's always room for improvement though, Anthony, and I appreciate your comments.
Thank you. I am going to go to Member Beachside, but I was going to ask you, Eric, how many rooms, how many bedrooms are you does the hotel have?
I think it's shown, I think we've got a total of, I think it's 31 rooms. That's from memory though. Let me confirm that. I think it says it in our letter. Let me just make sure I'm not lying under oath. Just so much papers in front of me. Let me see if I can find it. Hunter, can you help me a little bit? Is that 31 total rooms? I thought it was 31 rooms. That came to my mind, but I think Hunter's getting back to me now.
And okay.
I'll get right back to you on that. I've got to find out where that is.
Meantime, I'm going to go to Member Beachside. She can go ahead and ask her questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Eric, I just wanted to follow up on the statement you just made about pulling this new structure away from the McKee building. Because I sort of have the opposite sense. I feel like the walls are kind of closing in on the McKee building. And just a couple of examples, this walkway that you mentioned, obviously, like we all love this walkway. And I don't think we have the minutes from the previous status hearing, but I'm pretty sure we discussed the importance of this to the building situationally. I don't know if, maybe you could speak to whether or not there was any consideration of pulling back the southern end of that new structure that sort of creeps toward the walkway. I feel like it's creating just another alley that are surrounding this building. Also, maybe you can tell us what the distance between the McKee building is and the south portion of the new building. That looks quite tight. And then I wanted to circle back to Member Katz's original question about the parking. I don't think I've heard that discussed.
Well, we have parking that we're retaining in front, and my client happens to own the parking structure next to this property.
So is there new parking proposed at all?
No. We've got all the parking in the structure.
What is that parking structure used for currently?
Marcy Street Plaza.
And it's underused or?
Yes.
Okay.
We can prove that we can use it to the city, and we plan on doing that. We'd have to present the parking agreement to the planning commission. So the planning commission is gonna, make sure that we have the required parking. But when you have landscaping, I think it's really nice that we have the parking next door, because it means that the whole site will be landscaped that's left except for the existing parking lot. So besides the roofed area, we're not adding any hard surfaces except walkways. So you can see, like on the front courtyard of the McKee building, when you look at the site plan, all that openness and all that landscaping is retained. And then in the back, we've got some pretty big trees that are right there in front of the McKee building, between our building and the McKee building. And just to answer your question, Jennifer, about how close is the kind of southeast part of the addition, it is only about 11 or 12 feet where that doorway we're adding is. And that's probably the closest point. I already pointed out that the south end is 28 feet away earlier in the evening. So from the front of the building, it's about 28 feet away. But from the short side of the McKee building on the north side, it's only about 12 feet away.
Right. And was there any consideration of shortening the building or reducing the size of the building in any direction, specifically near the walkway? It appears to be just sort of one unit that's filling up the space that blocks the view from Washington of the McKee building.
So what you're saying is, would we consider moving that back? Maybe to the same, I don't know. You're basically talking about run room. Let me look at the floor plan. Maybe that'll tell me something. I mean, that's something I'd have to talk to the owners about, but.
Or the site plan, Nicole, it might be helpful to look at that footprint of all the buildings.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna look at what we've got going on in that south corner. I'm sorry, just take me a minute, Jennifer. There's a lot of drawings. Well, the thing that's closest to it is the two-story portal. And that's the longest length on that facade. If you go to the south elevation again, you can see that it's the closest piece to the walk is a two-story portal, and the only solid two-story facades are the two little ends on the south. Do you see on each side, Jennifer?
I was just talking about the entire unit there. That sort of, was there any consideration of pulling that back so that the sort of the northernmost facade of the McKee building is the stopping point for the new addition?
We hadn't looked at it. This is the first time that we hadn't talked about that.
Mm-hmm.
We wanted to maintain that view up the sidewalk, though. That was the most important thing. We didn't talk about stepping it back further after we designed it. But there was discussion about where it should land, how it should land, what it should look like as you walk by in the walkway. That's why we added the giant portal, the double portal, two-story high portal on that side, and have the minor two ends that just go up 2 stories with stucco and stone. Look at that
That's all I
stuff.
had.
Jennifer?
That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Guido, you still have your hand up? Is that on purpose or accidental? Okay.
Accidental. Thank you.
Alrighty. Okay, I'm going to go to public comment at this time. And we have Stephanie Benenato.
Stephanie Benenato. I agree with some of the members' comments. I think that the north facade will obviously be visible. It is very long, and it is the least interesting, least detailed facade. I wonder too that you're not talking about rooftop appurtenances and making sure they're not going to be visible. And yeah, the parking, everyone says that they're under, that a parking structure, their parking spaces, they could always have more. But I wonder about that. And even on the gardens on the north side, given there's that tall wall there, the retaining wall, I wonder what will grow in the north space. And I wonder about the balcony portals. Are they real? Are they 6 feet wide so somebody could actually go out there and sit? Or are they more like the ones at the Hilton that are the illusion of a balcony? And I also agree with Member Bescheid's comments of possibly pulling back part of that, part of the building so that you would see more of the McKee building from Washington. and or possibly making it a 1-story and pulling it back slightly. So again, you at least get the idea that the building is there. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks for bringing a couple of things up, Stephanie, such as rooftop, anything on the roof that is going to be visible?
No. We do show that we have elevator overruns, but those aren't measured in the code, as we found out from the elevator I did on the Peter Comis's building.
Okay.
But you can see the 2 squares there, and those are the elevator overruns.
And actually, I was also thinking about when you said the balcony portals.
Yeah.
When are you going to correct the ones at the Hilton? No, just kidding. The balcony portals, are they going to be deep or what? Would you let us know?
Yes. So there are some that are deeper than others, and you can actually see it really easily on the floor plan.
And those can be, yep, a person can actually step onto those.
Yeah, there's some that are, there's one that's really narrow, kind of right in the middle on the north facade. You see there's a very narrow one above a small patio, but the rest of them are 5, 6 feet. Some of them show chairs on them.
The
They
one
are
that's
smaller.
really narrow, is that going to look, I'm making the comparison to the Hilton. Is that going to look like the one at the Hilton? Because if it is,
No,
no.
no, it's not. It's
Gonna have
the
more
Hilton.
depth?
The Hilton doesn't even have anything. All it is a fake facade, and I'm sorry about doing that building. So
Yeah.
I didn't design it. Actually, Dallas Architects designed it. I tried to fix it.
Okay, so that one, the one that you're talking about, the balcony that's very narrow, is not going to be just a paste on type thing.
No, because it has a little patio below it too and stuff.
But someone can step out on that one.
Yes, someone can step out. It's more Romeo and Juliet in that one unit. All the other units are deep enough that you could put a chair on and hang out outside.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, board members, do you have anything further to comment on or ask questions about on this project? Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know how reluctant I am to express my opinion on anything, but I agree with Jennifer that it would be really good if the south elevation of the west portion of the annex could be pulled back to the north so that it doesn't crowd the walkway and block the entire north wing of the McKee building. I'm much happier having it 2 stories than 3 stories. I think that it's right on the edge of the residential area and we don't need to have taller buildings there. Those are my 2 comments.
Okay, any other comments? Eric, you have your hand up.
I meant to take it down, but
okay, good.
I would just say one thing. There's another way that we could soften that edge, maybe transition from 1 to 2 on that south side of the building that's close to the wall.
It's a possibility.
We could possibly step that so it's more, casita height, and then it step back into the 2-story area. We can explore that, and I'd be happy to.
Okay. So with that being said, I will entertain a motion.
I'll make it.
My motion would be to postpone this portion of it to have a redesign of that portion, some portion of the annex.
Specifically the new part, right, Frank?
Okay, hold on. Yeah. Please be specific, maker of the motion.
Well, yeah, My motion was to postpone for a redesign of the portion of the proposed annex adjacent to the pathway from Washington Street.
Okay.
That portion that you're,
Right
Yeah.
here.
In any other?
I understand. I
in-
understand.
Okay, thank you. And anything else, Frank?
not for me.
Okay. Do we have a second on this? Member Guida?
I would strongly suggest, and I know there's some complicating factors, but I would strongly suggest that the motion also include,
Are you seconding the motion, first of all?
not yet.
Oh,
Separating this from the annex. That continuity is just too long.
Okay, well, somebody, that might be an amendment that he'd want to indicate, but we need a second first. Is there a second, please? Or no?
I'll second Beachside.
Beachside, okay. Are there any friendly amendments? Member Guida, you appear to have one.
I'm sorry, did mine count before or not?
No, it did not
Oh, I'm
because we
sorry.
didn't have a second.
Friendly amendment would be to separate this building from the annex.
My concern, and we made this mistake before, is I personally don't feel the need to have that separation. That doesn't bother me. If the applicant wants to satisfy Anthony and do a separation, that's fine, but I don't feel the need for it. And we had this problem once before when someone asked, well, we postponed, well, what do you want to see? And different people threw out suggestions. And I'm afraid that sometimes the applicant takes that as, oh, well, if I do any one of those suggestions, I'm in like Flynn. And, my suggestion was one person's view, well, two persons' view, because I think Jen agreed with me. But, Anthony's suggestion is his suggestion. And I think it would be wrong for the applicant to say, well, Anthony said that would be good, and therefore, why aren't you approving it? Do you
Okay,
understand?
so you are not accepting the friendly amendment?
Well, I'm accepting that that's something that if the applicant wants to look at, that they might consider.
Right.
But
Yeah, I understand that.
It's not something.
It's not going to be part of the motion, but the applicant is listening and perhaps he would do that.
I've got to satisfy everyone.
So,
I'll try.
Any other amendments? If not, we have a motion on the floor. And to postpone this case, do we need to do it to a date certain or when the applicant can come back? Nicole?
Well,
think of that.
I think it just depends on how long. I mean, I would say May 11th is going to be the soonest because April 27th agenda is already pushing it.
Okay.
I tend to agree because I don't want to do this fast. I want to do it right.
Yeah.
And I would have to submit it by next week, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that right, Nicole?
It would be, you would have to submit it tomorrow.
Yeah, no, not a good
Oh, I
idea.
can get it done. I'll just, what was that called? No-dos?
Okay, we don't have to have it to a date certain, so we have a motion on the floor and a second to postpone the case. May we have a roll call vote?
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
No.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Eric. We'll see.
Thank you for your time, and I tried to do it as quick as possible.
In the
I
day.
appreciate it. I know it's late, so you guys have a good sleep at some point.
It is, and we still have one more case.
Good night.
I'm sorry. All right. Bye-bye.
All righty.
Bye-bye.
And the last case on the agenda is located at 623 West San Francisco Street. And this is case 2021-003375. May we hear that report, please? And this is Daniel's case. Are you awake with us?
Can you hear me?
We can.
623 West San Francisco Street is a lot with one multi-family residential structure constructed in an unknown historic date with a non-contributing status. So we're talking about this lot on the corner here. This is the
2-hour tour. A 2-hour tour.
Oh.
Hang on, let me mute him. Hang on. Or maybe
the western portion of the lot, the corner of West San Francisco Street and Jimenez Street is unbuilt. You can see that here. The applicant proposes to construct a residential structure for an extended family on this portion of the lot. So just before we get further in, here are a few views. Again, here's the lot, and this is Jimenez Street. There's a 2-story building here. This is the lot again. So this is the proposed site plan. The applicant proposes to build a 2-story house in a Spanish Pueblo revival style. The proposed structure is 1,245 square feet. The house would have stucco of El Rey buckskin color, and the windows would be brown aluminum clad casements. In all other respects, it would meet the design standards of the district. The house is designed to accommodate the needs of a multi-generational family with varied needs. The proposed design would bring the lot coverage to 38%, because there's already one building here. Of course, the maximum is 40%. To reach the desired volume of living space and given the applicable lot coverage, the applicant is requiring requesting an exception to section 14-5.2 D9C2D to exceed the maximum allowable height, which is 12 foot 7 inches. And they want to construct to a height of 22 feet so that they can have 2 stories. Thus, proposal seeks to exceed the maximum allowable by 9 feet 5 inches. The applicant argues that this is the minimum required to structurally stack 2 levels and to have the minimum height parapets to conceal the roof surface. So here again are the floor, upper level, and roof. And here are some views of the proposed structure. And he further argues that there are several other 2-story structures of comparable height in the streetscape of West San Francisco and Jimenez Streets. Those were the pictures that I showed here. There are at least 3 that he showed photographs of. Of course, the maximum is lower, but there is a heterogeneous streetscape with a number of these 2-story structures. So, and he has responded to the 6 criteria for an exception, and staff recommends approval of the exception and the application, finding that it complies with section 14-5.2 D and E. Stand for questions.
Daniel. Board members, any questions for Daniel at this time? Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there some rule about having step backs for second floors?
There is Let me look here. There is for, let me go to this.
I mean, this appears to have some on the north and the south, it looks like. Is
So
that
the,
sufficient?
oh, sorry, member cats. So massing and floor step backs is 14-5.2 D9F. The board may require that upper floor levels be stepped back to carry out the intent of this section. Provided that the board is making such determinations shall take into account whether the height of the proposed building, yard wall, fence, or proposed step back of the upper floor levels is in harmony with the massing of the applicable streetscape and preservation of the historic and characteristic visual qualities of the streetscape. The board shall also require that publicly visible facades of the structure be in conformance with 14-5 with their district section, and in meeting those requirements may require that different floor levels be stepped back. So it is at the discretion of the board to require or request step backs.
Thank you. Nicole or Daniel, which of these elevations is publicly visible?
So the lot is at the corner of these two streets. Here's this diagram. This is the south, so it's visible primarily from the south and the west, and also from the north as you're coming down Jimenez Street, and only limited from the east. So if we go to these diagrams, this would be the San Francisco view. This would be the least visible. The west would be visible from Jimenez Street, and the north would be visible from the north portion of Jimenez Street.
The west doesn't seem to correspond to the floor plan. I mean, where's the street on that floor plan?
Well, the applicant has just sent this roof diagram. We let us ask him for a clarification. He says that he flipped the diagram, and it may be that more has been flipped. I'm not quite sure. So he was saying that that this one on the right is correct.
Oh, okay.
Because he just sent this during the meeting. So
yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll ask him.
Okay, any other questions, board members at this time for Daniel? Okay, it appears not. Let's go to the applicant. Let's get the applicant sworn in.
Mr. Nacton was sworn in earlier. Sorry, Melissa.
No, I was going to say the same thing.
Okay, he has been sworn. So Mr. Natkin, you have the floor. What do you have to tell us?
Okay, try to make this quick. Yes, I gave a wrong site plan there. So if you do pay attention to that first site plan, it's very important that you notice that the step backs on the building are directed towards the street corner, so that the volume and the size of the building from the street view will be have a lot less impact than the north side and the east side, which is directly next to the adjacent building. So those two elevations have the least amount of public view. Otherwise, we worked hard to set it back, and I think it blends very well with the neighborhood. In fact, right across the street on Jimenez, there is a 2-story building sitting right there too, and I think that the scale is going to be good for this neighborhood, and it's kind of a mishmash of architectural styles back there, and quite a few 2-story buildings that are all over the map when it comes to styles. So I think we're going to improve this corner. It's an empty lot right now, and obviously it's not very attractive. So this is really going to bring the neighborhood up. Also like to mention that we have the owner with us, and he will be talking after I'm finished.
Okay. It appears that Member Benvenu has a question or a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, either for the agent or for the owner. Since the application for exceptions is based pretty much entirely on the personal living situation of the owner, I just feel the need to ask what would otherwise seem probably irrelevant, but who exactly is intended to live in this building?
The actual owner of the property, he has generations of family that live on that street, and this is going to be his. I think he can better explain it. I would prefer that he explains it, but yes, he's going to be living in it.
But he and who else is my question?
Oh, his mother, and then he has sons, I believe, and so it's really just a multi-generational family that's going to be in here, and I'm sure he can speak to that.
Okay, well, maybe I'll wait. Do you know who's living in the other building on the same lot?
I believe he's renting that out. Once again, he can clarify that for us.
Okay, I will defer until he is sworn in.
Okay.
Yeah, let's swear in the owner of the property and please.
All right.
Hello, my name is Vincent Varela. I'm the owner of 623 West San Francisco Street.
Okay, Mr. Varela, I need to swear you in.
Okay.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please restate your name and address for the record.
Vincent Varela, PO Box 8014, Santa Fe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Varela, you have the floor, and if you will tell us why you are wanting this two-story.
I'll tell you, we are descendants of the Jimenez family. Generations. My grandmother is Jimenez, maiden name was Jimenez, and she lived, and my uncles lived on this property, I think before they even put in a West San Francisco Street. They were there in the early part of the 1900s, and therefore was named after them. The property came into my late wife. Her grandfather came onto this property in I think it was about 1909. So her mom and dad lived on the property, and she grew up on the property. Regretfully, she passed away a few years ago. So this has been in the family for quite a while with our intent to build a home on this. Right now, the people that will be living there will be myself, my two sons, my elderly mother. She's 81 years old. She is a retiree of the city of Santa Fe, worked in the city engineering department for 30 years. She's unable to take care of herself, so we're going to be taking her in, and we need enough space to accommodate her, my sons, and a work at home situation.
Thank you. Member Benvenu, did you have anything further?
The other question I had was about the occupancy on the other structure on the same lot.
That is a rental property. When my late wife and I first bought the property, we lived in that property.
And
how big is that build? How many bedrooms does that building have?
That has 3 bedrooms.
Okay. And have you given consideration to expanding that to meet your needs?
No, not at all. Because we think it would be enough to accommodate a work situation and a living situation to prepare for my mother. She will probably need a wheelchair at some point, and we think it'd be better just to build anew.
anything else, Member Benvenu?
I guess I'm just not clear why it would need to be a new building to accommodate her if you already have a ground floor at the other building.
Well, we need the income on the property, for one.
Okay.
I will be retiring soon at some point. I do have health problems myself, so we need the income from the property.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Also, by the way, can I speak?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, it is also a lot more difficult to convert an existing building to ADA standards. Here we have ground accessibility with wide enough doorways and bathrooms that are set up for dealing with wheelchairs.
Okay, thank you for making that point. Member Guida.
Thank you, Chair Rios. Just a few comments. This is 100% the type of project that we should be promoting in our historic districts. This is the type of project that allows multiple generations of a family to remain in these neighborhoods. I think the applicant's comments about retaining rental income is a very important consideration in this project, and it's something that allows people to be able to live in these neighborhoods, which are increasingly expensive, and continue to derive income from the property. So I think that's a net positive. I think in terms of the scale and footprint and height of this building, I think this is totally the right move. This is the type of building that, in terms of how it's massed and how the scale works, would be a great fit for the very small site that we saw earlier this evening, house with the big pitched roof. This is something that's taller, but has a better sense of scale about it. So I feel like very strongly, even though there is an exception being requested for the overall height of this project, that the scale of it fits the neighborhood exceedingly well, and that the height is congruent with the surrounding neighborhood, not only in terms of the massing of the building and how it's expressed, but also because there are other buildings in this neighborhood that are at least this tall, not to mention the 35-foot set of power lines that are right in front of the property. I don't know what we would be protecting by mandating that this property stick to the 12-foot height limit. It's also a nice design.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Nicole.
Mr. Necton, was a PZR completed for this project?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't see it in the packet. Daniel, do you have it by any chance?
Well, I'd have to have a look in the file.
Okay. And then I have just a comment too about the general maintenance of the property, because the district does have maintenance and repair requirements. And so I'm just curious as to if in the course of creating a new structure, how the property will be maintained with the existing structure and the fences.
And can you be a little bit more specific?
For instance, just general maintenance and repair for the stucco and the yard walls and fences around the property.
And I'm just curious to know why you're indicating that.
Because I'm just curious about just the general maintenance and repair of the property. It's part of the code, it's required under B, and so that's where the question comes from.
Mr. Varela, you heard Nicole ask the question about maintenance of the property. Would you care to answer, please?
Can you be more specific? What are you asking? I'm not sure. The weeds are cut, the yard's clean, the fence is old. It's fallen down. We just left it up so we can, till we started construction of the property. I'm not sure what I'm not sure of your question.
I think I'm recalling I'm looking at this street view and it's a little bit different too. I'm recalling a violation on the fence, I think.
Of when?
It must have been probably 4 years ago.
And what was the violation?
That the fence was in disrepair, but I'm doing this street view. And it's funny because coming from Jimenez, it looks one way. And coming from West San Francisco, it looks another.
Well, the fence came in very handy for hanging a yellow sign on, but that fence will be taken down. There's no point in keeping it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it will be removed.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank or agree with Anthony for your comments. I thought they were on point. And again, I can't believe we had two this evening, longtime property owners that are actually going to stay in their properties. And I also agree with the rental. You know, property taxes go up. That's one of the reasons that people move out of their generational neighborhoods. And keep having a rental there, I think, is good for this family. That's going to help them. And the fact that that they want to take care of their mother is, I don't know, I feel touched by that rather than having to put her in a nursing home. So all in all, and I think the project is a good one too, Mr. Netkin. You did a good job.
Thank you.
Those are my comments. So anything else, board members? If not, I will take it to public comment. And we have one lone person. I bet you won't know who it is. Stephanie Benenato.
Good evening, or almost good morning. I appreciate that there's infill and that the family has owned this property for a long time, but it sounds like they haven't lived there very recently, because it's been a rental for seemingly some time, and it's a 2-unit, I believe, rental. So again, the question of adding on to that and having one side be a rental and then adding on parts that need to be ADA accessible is still a question. And although there are 2-story buildings in that area, there aren't that many. And if you notice, they're not at a corner. And I think having it at the corner makes it extremely visible. I do appreciate that it's set back, but again, you have 5 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms in that house, and you have 2 doors that look like at some point they may cordon off part of it and do a 3rd rental. And I believe that somewhat of what Nicole brought up was that the stucco on the rental looks like there hasn't been a color code on it for quite some time. So hopefully that would at least happen so that it would look finished. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go back to the board. And if there are no further comments or questions, I will entertain a motion. Member Guida.
Just a comment before I make this motion. I don't understand the suspicion of property owner in this particular case. I don't see anything in the floor plan that reflects a desire to have a 2nd unit. I also don't understand the questioning of the applicant as to the arrangement of the property. A family compound is a well-established type in Santa Fe. We have very loose and permissive accessory dwelling unit zoning in Santa Fe. I don't know what the underlying zoning is here, but for the most part, we have the opportunity to build at least 2 units per property. This is a question of self-determination. I find it kind of out of line to question the applicant in this way, especially when this is doing a service to the neighborhood. That's my 2 cents about that. My motion would be that in the case of 623 West San Francisco Street, case 2020-003-375 HDRB, that we approve the project as submitted. I find that finding that all of the exception criteria have been met per staff comments.
Is there a second to this motion?
Member second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yeah, I vote yes. And I just want to make just a brief comment that I agree with the exception criteria being met in this case, but I don't agree that it's inappropriate to find out what the reasons are for that. In fact, I think that finding out, for example, that it was to maintain a rental unit on the property is actually a valid additional grounds that was not set forth in the application. So I believe that the record now does support the request as submitted.
Okay, Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. And Member Guida, I don't think you indicated that the exceptions had been made.
I think I did.
Oh, you did?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you. And thank you, applicant and
Thank you very much.
owner.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Matters from the board. I have something very quickly. When we have a huge project before the board, I would appreciate if that project would be first on the agenda as opposed to towards the end of the agenda. I don't know how the rest of you feel, but I really do think that that would be something that would be positive for the board to, when we're wide awake, when people are willing to stay up to comment, et cetera, et cetera.
We can do that. Generally speaking, we put exceptions behind all others because they require more discussion. And that's why they come at the end of the agenda. We can make exceptions for large cases or, yeah. So, but that's why the agenda was arranged the way that it was.
Okay, thank you, Nicole. Any other matters from the board? In reference to the awards, are we going to get a little bit more feedback on some of those homes that, for instance, that Frank and I submitted?
Yes, at the next hearing, yes.
Okay, and in that, the ones that I submitted, I think there were a lot on the west side, and there were probably more than we we're going to give awards to, right? But if you guys would just closely look at them, and I do like to give awards to projects in all the different historic districts. I think that's a good practice to keep.
Ooh.
And if nothing else, friends and neighbors, I want to thank you all for your service again. You did a good job. And I was trying to move to be more efficient. I'm going to try to do that from now on. And I hope I've succeeded. But I do think that with any case, with every case, we need to give every case its due process. So I always entertain all the questions that need to be asked, et cetera, et cetera. But good night to you all from San Francisco. And Frank, have a nice vacation. And don't forget, you can Zoom from anywhere in the world. And the next meeting, of course, will be April the 27th. I'll still be here. And we are now adjourned, and it's like around a few minutes after 11 o'clock. So good night, everybody.
Thank
For you.
Thank you.